Right. Hello everyone, welcome back to Laurence Plays, where we've got a nice steady supply of rockets heading off from Pelagos, because yes, we're playing some more Planetary Pioneers, and we've done some mod updates as well. There's quite a lot of cosmetic stuff going on. I've noticed that the titanium has changed colour, it's now a much deeper blue, and the plates have too, and there's been some change in the way the terrain looks over on Foliax as well, and I'm sure we're going to find a few other things as well as we go through. Another interesting... Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yes, you can stop reminding us that the cargo crates there's a cargo crate mod instead of a zip files mod. That'll make things a little bit more that'll make things a little bit more coherent in there. So yes, also another thing that's worth mentioning is that Tristan's created a mod which let's go into here. You might notice there's lots of these red X's scattered around throughout the various different recipes in the Factoriopedia. And if I go into something like low density structures, that's probably a good option. You can see lots and lots of red X's through here, and these basically all come from things. These are all mods where we don't have. Sorry, these are all planets that we haven't actually been to yet, so these recipes aren't available. And the idea behind this is it makes it a bit easier when we want to dip into the Factoriopedia and try and find out what ways there are to make low density structures, for example. And we can now see that we can make them from gold, we can make them from aluminium, we can make them by recycling scrap or spaceship scrap. We can't do this one. We can make them by recycling coralmium, we can get them out of a box, and we can get them from a data collector, and we can't do this one. So it makes it's hopefully we'll get around that problem where we spend ages trying to work out how to make something, and just endlessly going into recipes and then coming back out again because we don't have them yet. So this came from me grumbling about that a few times in the past, because I was saying it'd be nice if this this background colour here, this red, would show up on this screen, and that apparently isn't possible. However, turning all the icons into red X's to show that they're not available is. So that's very nice. Yes, I've oh yes, the planet status. Okay, I did see it when I was doing some recording earlier, and I tried clicking on it and nothing happened. So yeah, I don't know. Sophia seems to be trying to change the game speed. Should we do what he's asking? Is it because? That is the rules, yes. Okay.
Eat anything?
Oops, I forgot. I didn't. I pressed the wrong unmute, so Discord has been muted the whole time. Sorry about that, guys. They're unmuted now, so you can hear them again. Yes, they were talking about this button up here in the top corner that may or may not do weird things. And yes, I've got the HTML, sorry, the web page overlays thing running again. So we've got the chat at the back. We've got, well, if I was playing fun mode, we'd have the troll count at the top, and all the various other overlays that I put in here will now actually work again because yes, I fixed OBS properly.
Hooray!
So yes, hello Quagor, hello Nogard, hello Doopy, and welcome one and all. So yes, we are on Pelagos. We've started shipping out the decomposition science packs. That's working quite nicely. And as we talked about last time, we've got the drone flight system where we can use long-range delivery drones to take titanium from here over to the other island. That's all we're using it for at the moment. And it did occur to me that actually it would have made quite a lot of sense to use the drones to bring the drone, either make the drones on the other island and bring them across, or bring the red circuits across to here to make the drones. But never mind, we've got the ships doing it now, and that works nicely. So we're playing with all the toys anyway, so that's good. So the next question is, well, what's next? I've just talked about the cargo crate system, so it might be quite nice to have a bit of a play around with that, because this allows you to pack a bit more stuff into boxes to transport it, and that means you can then take more stuff through on a rocket than you can normally. But it adds in a bit of extra complexity. You have to make the crates, which get destroyed at the other end, and so on. So there's advantages and disadvantages to it, but it sounds like the advantages might make it quite nice and worthwhile, and it will get round the difficulty we've been noticing where you can't load titanium into a rocket silo because titanium is a rocket ingredient, and therefore it won't load it in as part of the cargo. So we have to do that with bots, which is a bit of a shame. Tristan's been saying there is another way of doing that, and I either haven't been listening to him or have somehow missed out on what it was. So
yeah, I'm trying to find it now.
Okay.
I don't remember what it's called. I don't see it in the space tab.
Okay. Well, good luck. Let me know if you find it. So the red X's are for recipes that are on planets that we haven't been to yet. I think it's done manually. I think there's an option to select the planets that you want to have active.
Yes,
and
go into mod settings.
So if I go into settings and mod settings,
startup, and then most of the way down, recipe planet hints, you'll see that all the planets we've been to are ticked.
All right, so we have to go in and tick the ones when we go to them, and then their recipes will show up. So it's a little bit manual. However, I think it's probably worth it for the clarity in the Factoriopedia.
Didn't you look up which surfaces have been generated or something like that?
Not on startup, because to change the name and the icon, you have to do it on startup.
Okay. Right.
To change the to know what you've been to, you have to be in the save. So,
yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
So not just lazy programming, but real reasons.
Yeah, lazy.
Also lazy programming, but yeah.
Oh yes, one of the things I wanted to do, I remember this now, was to tell this boat to clear off, because there isn't room on this planet, on this island, for enough enough ethanol for the boat to be able to empty it itself after it gets called. So it's still got hundreds. Either that or it got called at the wrong time, which is also possible. Or this wasn't set up properly. So this thing carries 500,000. We're calling it when there's 150,000 left. So we need to have room for 650. Yeah, 650,000. If my maths is slow, it's because it's very, very hot today. It's still 32 degrees in my office, which is a bit excessive. These are 25,000 each. That's 100. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, there's only room for 400,000 here. So we need 500, 2, 3, 4. That's 600. Need at least 650, and I'd like to have one more, and just to provide a little bit of extra buffer. So that should now be okay. But before it was calling the boats when there wasn't room for everything that they're going to store. I say should now be okay. We'd need to place these tanks for it to actually be okay. Let's see if I've got any in my pockets. Or apparently I have. Almost enough. Great. Let's make one more. Try and make one more tank, and then I can place that. Oh, perfect. I've got exactly the right amount of iron to do so. So we can drop that in there, and that should start working again. Okay, Peter. Well, good night and good luck with the exam. And yeah, thanks for dropping in. So how many is that? That's 27. Does that make sense mathematically? 5, 6, yes, that's the right number. So I should actually go around to all of the other islands and make sure they all have 27 on them, or they're going to also kidnap the ship. And we don't want that to happen because it's awkward when you lose your ship and it doesn't you can't take your ethanol out to where it's needed. We then have to resort to using one of these, but they're all full of barrels, of course, which means it wouldn't work because we've upgraded everything. So we're going to need the same sort of thing over here as well. So is that set to the same numbers? Yes, if less than 150. So I'm going to need an enormous number of tanks. I hope we're making them on this planet. Or at least... Nope, I don't see anywhere where we're making them, so I'm going to steal a load from... Hopefully from here. Yeah, there we go, there's 50 of them. I said 27 on each one, so... This is... 16. That's definitely not enough. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22... Oops. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27.
Barrels have the same capacity.
They do, so I don't know why it was okay before. Oh, it was okay before because there were loads of ships, so the ships just always got kidnapped, and that didn't matter.
No, I thought I sized it so it was fine. Or maybe I was including... No, I wouldn't be including barrel storage space.
I'm going to go with... you probably didn't. Although if you can come up with a way that I'm wrong about it, that is certainly a possibility. I am definitely not infallible.
Tristan, are you admin here? On the server?
Say again?
Are you admin on the server here? Factorio
Yes.
server? Okay, side channel, please.
That's not ominous at all.
Be afraid. Be very, very afraid.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, there will definitely be some yak shaving, and then we'll hopefully get on and we'll hopefully manage to polish up a few more things, and then head off to the next planet after the end of the stream. So 16 over here as well.
Yak shaves? Surely not. It's so unlike us.
17, 18, 19, 20. These aren't going to fit. 22, 23.
So obviously I left a little early last week because I was feeling a little mild. I've come back. The cargo crates have been unlocked, and for me the most upsetting thing about that is I really don't like having the you've got an unread recipe.
So you're going through every single one of them, going, oh, that's an interesting recipe. Oh, that's an interesting recipe. Oh, that's an interesting.
Yeah, just enough to make the new recipe message go away.
Yeah.
Because I just dislike it otherwise. It's my way of
no ethanol over here.
Keeping track of what's been done, if that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
I hate this.
Yeah, because there are quite a lot of cargo crate recipes.
Yeah.
At least you only have to mouse over them briefly, fairly briefly. But yes, there's a lot of
2
them.
seconds or 1.5 seconds each, and there's 500.
It starts to become a significant amount of time. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that'll keep you quiet for a little while.
Yeah. Don't bet on it.
Yeah. We can but hope. Right. So what's that? Oh yes.
How's it working for you so far? What are you doing? Go on, talk to chat. What's going on?
Right, there we go. So down here we've got 49 tanks, so that's easily going to be enough to fill the ship up. So I think that's probably going to be okay. Do I want to put even more in? No, I don't, because there's a pump there. I could fill the gap over here up with some more tanks, I guess, because it's nice to make sure there's always going to be a huge amount of alcohol available. That's how we like to go. So yeah, that should be okay. Actually, at the moment, I'm sort of not just filling in time, but there's a lot of stuff going that needs to be done. There's the question is, what do we need to do before we go off to our next planet? And what's left to be done? What's left on Pelagos? There's various researches, I suspect, and new things to play with.
No, the researches have been completed, I'm sure.
Okay, so we've done all. So that we've looking down from here. Yeah, you may well be right. Actually, it looks like there's a lot of stuff has been, as you say, polished off in here.
So at this point, then, genuinely, what's stopping us from gearing up and moving out now?
Well, I think we all want to try out a galleon with some guns.
Oh yeah, no. Okay,
let's play with the cannonballs.
A galleon each, and do some fleet manoeuvres at the bases. But yeah,
that does sound like fun.
That'd be fun, yeah.
But I think it's not the galleon; it's the motorboat, or the boat. It's called. This one can have. Can the galleon have ammo as well?
No, it's galleon. I think it's just galleon. I don't think boat has weapons. I think it's just. Although I think there might be an advanced galleon. Let me see if I can find that.
Also, there is still the Pelagos Sirens Rum Challenge to.
Oh yeah,
that will actually be. You move the recipe about 5-10 seconds before it would have started.
Oh, okay, it's done. Perfect.
That was easy.
What? I confuzzled.
Someone locked me in.
Galleon weaponry, Pelagos. I thought I saw another galleon thing in there somewhere, but I'm. Oh, what was that? Well, it's galleon weaponry. Okay, so
I don't recall seeing like an upgraded galleon. I do remember seeing cannonballs.
Yes, I saw another galleon on there, but it turns out that's galleon weaponry, so it is indeed cannonballs. So yeah, we can make some of those and then sail off to do something piratical and have a play around with it. Hello, board easy, welcome.
Did the fluid tank go well, Laurence?
Sorry?
The fluid tanker, did it go well?
Yeah, it's working now, so it's on its way. Currently, it's over here. It's on its way back over to the Coconut Island to fill up. I've just buzzed round the 3 places where we're dropping ethanol off to make sure they have enough capacity for the tanker to turn up and empty properly. Because before it got stuck at the Science Island because it was only able to partly unload because there weren't enough tanks there. So now I think it should be okay on all three ports. It's a bit of a waiting game to get everything, to get it to trundle around to all the places and make sure everything's working properly.
Yep.
Yeah, we've done a little bit of talking about some of the mod tweaks that have been happening recently because we've just done an update cycle. We've done a sort of partial update, or an update rather than adding in new stuff. So a few things have changed colour. We've got a couple of extra things in here and there, and we're just trying to get going with it.
Quick question, really Mike. Are you happy with the copper setup?
Yeah.
Are you really happy for the copper?
Oh yeah, are we making enough copper?
I'm happy enough personally. Like, it's not.
Oh, one thing I wanted to do was make the copper go on both sides of the belt rather than having half a belt feeding into this balancer and then, because I don't like that we're bringing in copper from space. That's just ugly and horrible.
Oh yeah, that is horrible.
So if we do that and that and that and that and that.
Why is it only on one side though?
Because of the way Mike set the station up. Sorry, the way somebody set the station up.
Tristan set the station up. In fairness, that's your name over the belt, isn't it? That's modified one per.
No. Only the ones that have been
they're unloading
updated.
on both sides.
These now.
I thought no, it already was but it's just one side is fully unloaded already.
Oh, because they're unloading from the further chests as well onto the other side. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry, I take it back. Yeah.
Lawrence.
I'm not used to these ludicrously long inserters.
But
okay.
That's why I was doing the side balancing stuff down below, and presumably we just haven't had a full drain and restart.
I see. Right, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because it was pulling a lot of it out of the supply that's coming in from space, and that's, as I say, is horrible and ugly and shouldn't be happening.
Well, I mean, it's not gonna be happening, provided that the copper situation here is enough, you know?
Ooh, Gleeber's gleebing. Nope, it's just mine. Well, it is just mines, but that was far too slow. So, yeah, I guess it depends on how quickly we can get the spawners, the copper eggs through, and the copper eggs are not being fed through at the moment. Is that because we've got plenty of copper? Or is it just because we're waiting for the spawners to produce more eggs? No, the inserters aren't inserting. Why not? Because there's more than 300 on the belt.
Yeah.
Is there?
And
really?
If you look in the chest, I don't think it's about.
The ore.
In the belt.
Oh, it's the ore in the chest. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So it's perhaps the rate we're cooking it at. Because how full's the ship? The ship is. I would eyeball that at being a bit less than. Well, actually, let's just look at the numbers. It's 40% full.
Yeah, it's not the fastest copper supply. Not gonna lie, but spin it around the other way. It's backed up at the other end.
It's
now. Some of that is going to be.
It's not backed up at the other end. It's flowing.
Well, a massive amount turns up, etc. It's flowing, but there's a sufficiency, is what I'm saying.
Yes, I'll accept that.
Yeah. Okay, backed up's pulling a bit strong. There is a sufficiency currently.
Yeah. The station seems to think it has 14,000 left in it. Okay, so there is actually quite a lot. It's just that it's all unloaded from one side of the... It's all only unloading on one side of the belt, which makes it look very, very slow at the bottom, and means we're still pulling enormous amounts in from space. Which, so, yeah.
We shouldn't be pulling any in from space.
I know.
Saphir, do you expect to export any machinery from this planet? So anything that should end up on the line for building on other planets?
No. The exports will be science degradation modules and titanium plates. That's it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the degradation modules that Mike was working on. That was the thing. That's the other thing we need to do.
Oh yeah, got a few of those.
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, alright. Try and remember where they are now.
I mean...
Got tier 1 there and tier 2 there, and tier 3 is significantly more complicated because that's how it always goes. Degradation.
Fermentation bacteria, yeah, it's there.
I mean, if it... Yeah, maybe it's too big of a job, I don't know. But I mean, it would be nice to have them be built in ratio, you know?
Yeah, are we ever actually going to use them?
Probably not. Okay, sure. One each is fine.
There's something that could be chucked into things like forges. Any building that has an innate quality buff, it'd be quite nice to have them in there.
But why would you use speed modules instead?
Because
they quality by more.
They don't know if the quality. Yeah, speed modules only knock 2.5% off, whereas a degradation module knocks 25% off.
Yeah, but you also want more speed, don't you?
Well, not necessarily. Maybe you want productivity or something. Who knows?
You might just want to get
more module slots for other things, right?
Yeah, they're there, so it feels like we should probably make them. I guess is the sort of feeling. But the question is where, because it requires the bacteria, and we don't have bacteria on. We don't have bacteria and circuits on any island.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not impossible.
So, it's just, is it worth it? Yeah. That's a fair question.
Well, I mean, you know, we should. We were here. We're supposed to make.
True, we do try to be quite completionist. So.
We have a couple of unbuilt on islands on the main island where we can do that. The bacteria.
Alternatively, you could use the drones to bring circuits over to. Let's see, Science Island doesn't have. Science Island does have bacteria. So you could you could do it on Science Island, using the drones to bring over, or possibly using the drones to bring over the tier 2, what's the name modules, degradation modules, and then use the resources that are on Science Island to make the degradation 3s.
Yeah.
I need to look at these. Let's see.
Yeah, it's that, isn't it? Which is. This.
Well, I mean, the only thing needed for the degradation 3, besides the bacteria,
is red and blues, which are there.
I mean, which are red and blues, which are already present, and we could, in theory, expand the circuit ship because there's plenty of room on that one for green circuits as well.
That's true, actually. Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, we could yes, bringing green circuits over here on the ship would be absolutely fine.
Okay, new plan. Laurence, please add green circuits to the ship, and Mike, let's build the all of the module buildings on the Science Island, please.
Yep. Okay.
Right, we should have enough iron for circuits now. Well, we're putting them on in stacks rather than individuals.
We didn't before. It was shortage.
It was a bit lacking. I don't know how lacking it was, but
I've seen in the process of making videos, I've seen it being a problem that is causing these circuits to not be made. It's a problem that sort of seems to come and go depending on exactly where in the process we are at any given time. So I made a comment on it in one of the videos, and it wasn't then in the script, and then it wasn't the case in the recording, which is very upsetting. But yes, it does certainly sometimes happens.
However, the circuit area is now basically doubled because we're filling up buffers more than anything. We don't actually need this type of production going full time. So we're just filling buffers so that if it's a bit lacking, it's not the end of the world because we're just filling buffers.
Is there no wooden platform? There's probably no wooden platform on this island because we don't have the. We're not bringing over enough wood. Let me see if I've got any. I have. Excellent.
I'll chuck some in my trash slots.
It's all right. I happen to be on site, so I've sorted that.
Okay.
Right. Let's not fly around. Right. So that means we now have a supply of green circuits that can be passed in as well. So over here, I would like to load until actually green circuits. Green circuits. Whenever that's less than 10,000. Actually, no. Let's leave that at 15,000. And then copy that to there. So that's now. Wait, what? Did I copy that? I probably just copied that the wrong way. Green and green. And then up here we've got a number that we've got 2 that are then doing red circuits, red, and then we've got a huge number that are doing blue circuits. So I'm going to knock that down to 30,000. Even that's a silly. Now, actually, let's take it all the way down to 20,000 because the ship is never going to fill up anyway. So let's set that there, and then was that you? Yes. Copy that to all of these like that. There we go. Now we can fill that up, but when it gets to 20,000, yeah, it can then set off. So we should look at the instructions over here. That's set up to 40,000, so let's drop that down to 20. We'll probably send this over manually, but that's fine for the time being. And then it'll set off back when it runs out of blues or reds. I suppose I should actually add in a green as well. So item count of green circuit equals 0 and inactivity for 5 seconds. Turn that into an OR. There you go. So now it'll leave when we run out of blue circuits, red circuits, or green circuits. Lovely.
Laurence,
yes.
A question for you.
Go ahead.
I had this idea of building this little tiny spaceship that is super efficient and is based on ethanol, right?
Okay.
Is that something you would like to do on stream, or do you think that wouldn't be amazing content for the stream to enjoy, or would you want it?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do it. Yeah, I can try and build up an ethanol ship and see how it goes. I'm certainly happy to do that.
Right, then that's your next task.
Cool. Okay.
So basically, replay. So we want to bring the titanium, the exports from this planet basically back to Novice. That's the point of it, and it's gonna then be powered by the ethanol from this planet.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. We're not making any of the things like the ethanol thruster yet, so that'll be part of the project. Will be to make those.
We are making the ethanol thrusters on Novice.
Oh, okay, awesome. There's a problem with that. There's no ethanol on Novice.
We would have to ship a bit of ethanol there.
Yeah.
As a one-time thing.
That makes sense. You can do that. Hello, Abuelita. Yes, you're quite right. They're never going to fill up. It's not so much quitter talk as an exaggeration. Yes, we'll call it an exaggeration because that sounds much more acceptable. And yes, technically you're right. It will eventually fill up, and we are producing these circuits at a rate. The rate is not a particularly fast rate, but they are being produced at a rate, and eventually there'll be enough in here that it will set off. But at the moment, it's going to be a while till that happens. I mean, look in here, where we've got it triggering at 20,000, and there's 1.4 thousand at the moment. So I think we'll set it off manually at some point in the not too distant future when we're ready to use it. Oh, that's a lot of Gleba.
Yep.
Yeah, I actually got out here before the attack finished. So I think, oh yeah, that's another thing. Now that we've actually got rockets on Pelagos, somebody should go out to Gleba and basically clean out our pollution cloud and remove all of the pentapod spawners from it, because we're getting a lot of attacks.
I'll do that.
That's my feelings anyway. Oh yeah, we can put it now. We've got a rocket silo. We can put in the planet hopper as well.
Well, maybe you shouldn't, Mark. Maybe.
I mean, it's just fighter killing. That's not like.
Yeah.
Not design work.
Yeah.
Quite right, Boardies. Yes, we will have to worry about the going past the Stargate. Actually, we know where is Pelagos? Here's Pelagos. No, we don't have to worry about going past the Stargate for this one. We'll just go to Gleba and Norvis and back and forth like that. So that'll be fine. Solar panels will be fine. It's Gore that's the problem one.
Sure.
Before that, Tristan, a quick question about this area here.
Yep.
Is there a way to not have it be this trash?
The problem is someone ripped out the upgrade that I put in last week for a while, and so
I have no idea.
In theory, it's loading on both sides. However, it's currently drawn from one side because the balancing wasn't in place.
Okay, if I add in like a lane balancer here, is that okay?
It will make zero difference.
Why don't we do it sort of the dirty way and just have it put it on both? Basically, do what I did earlier,
lane balancers here.
And then turn it off again and then remove that again when it empties or when the next ship arrives.
What I've just done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Have you? Oh, there. I see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense as one thing to change rather than 7. Okay, yeah, I think that's a good idea. No, our UPS hasn't got worse. This is what it's always been like, at least when we're playing multiplayer. So unfortunately, Saphir's computer is a little bit slower than the rest of them, and therefore is struggling a little bit. Right, MA has been talking about bringing the calciners over to Norvis, and he's quite right. We probably should, or rather, we should start making them over there. What's the recipe for these things? It takes sealant, so it's probably these are the things that we probably want to ship from this planet because they have a base productivity of plus 50%. More to the point, they don't require calcite in order to do calcite requiring things. I think is that true? Hang on, is that true? Because we've got up here where we needed calcite. We're making it from fish, and we're feeding that in. That's going into the biolabs to do the biochambers to do this step. So I'm trying to think my way through this because it's been so long since I've played with. That's very red. Since I've played with the molten metal things that I've forgotten how they work. So over here, the reason we're doing foundries, the reason we're using foundries is because to take crushed iron ore and turn it into iron plates in this particular case, you have to use calcite, but you get a plus 50% here. And you get another plus 50% here in the productivity. So that gives you a massive boost. If we started using the calciners, that would strip out the middle stage where we're turning it into the molten. So you'd only get to use one machine. So actually, I think it would be worse. But on the other hand, it wouldn't require the calcite. So if there's anywhere where we're turning crushed ore directly into plates, then the calciners would be better for that. But anywhere where we're doing the whole process, these are going to be significantly better. Oh, you can also make calcite. You can make calcite from fish. Is that what you're thinking of? Because that requires a supply of fish, which requires a supply of nutrients. That's not calcite. That's calcite. That's
I mean, yeah. In that case, it does make sense to have a few calciners available, just as with the degradation modules.
I think it does. I think they're very niche, but there we go, calcite.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good shout. Any other suggestions?
Make from fish, make from asteroids, sulfuric acid inversion, cube jelly, box. So yeah, if we did want to make calcite, we'd have to do it from fish, and that means we'd have to have a supply of fish, which means we need a supply of nutrients and a big supply of nutrients because it's 100 nutrients per fish, so 33 nutrients per calcite. I'm not really sure that's worth it in general.
So I feel I should point out that the copper station is now empty.
Right.
So
Mike needs to make his copper faster.
Yeah. Limitation on output isn't really a thing.
Although actually, it occurs to me to wonder: is that was the ship full when it went over before? Because if we'd sent a partial one over like we've been doing with the circuit...
I think it was nearly full. I think it was like one row short of full, but
okay.
Almost.
Yeah, in that case, the copper production isn't fast enough.
Yeah, but also keep in mind we might not actually need this many because we're filling buffers.
True. Yeah, in the long term we don't, but
yeah. Mike, do you have another task, or could you look into increasing? Oh yeah, you have the. Never mind.
I'm doing the
yep.
bunch of things.
Gotcha. Mark, you're killing biters, and Tristan has a novice task. I will look.
I don't have a novice task yet.
Please butcher Mike's build and increase the copper production.
That doesn't sound like novice. Or...
No, there was a talk about Mark giving Tristan a novice task, but
okay.
Lack of nests. No, it's not. This one's not outputting for some reason.
Hello, Talendar. Welcome. You can make nutrients from wood, yes. So it's making nutrients over here is not unmanageable. But I can't remember how easy the nutrient. I mean, we're making nutrients from wood over here, but I'm not. What sort of quantities? So you need 2 wood pulp for every nutrient, and you need. Okay, actually, that's not too bad. That's a pretty good recipe. Yeah, all right. I'm happy with the idea of making nutrients on Norvis. Should we decide we want to switch over to that at some point? Okay. Right. I need to make a spaceship. So let us find out where the button is. Here we go. Add space platform. We'll do it over Norvis. I was going to call my first spaceship Serenity after the Firefly one, but we already have a custodian of Serenity. Let's call it Serenity anyway. The confusion will be entertaining. And maybe I can make it look a little bit like the Firefly Serenity. I'll make it over Norvis.
Maybe you want to use the low density stuff, but that's from Maluna, I think.
It is, yeah. It doesn't make a great deal of difference. I think we reckon you can fit more of it in a rocket when it's going upstream, but it doesn't make any difference to top speed. But it does make a bit of a difference to acceleration. But I don't care all that much. But I don't think it's worth it.
No, it's really up to you.
If we're making nutrients from wood, are we raising termites and then using them for the protein source? Nutrients don't have to be protein. Maybe it's very, very carb-heavy nutrients. I'm not sure. Starter pack for this platform is on its way. Yes, okay. If it could be on its way a little bit quicker, that'd be nice. So the question is here, do I actually design this from scratch, or do I take a copy of this design because it works and go, well, that'll do, and then just replace and then rebuild the fueling system? Because the whole point of this is that we're not going to need any grabbers on the front as long as the weapons are good enough. So yeah, I want to have a bank of lasers on the front like Mark has done here. And then at that point, well, I suppose actually, given where we're going with this ship, it doesn't need to be nuclear powered. So let's go with the fancy solar panels from Foliax. We need to upgrade to the latest version of Foliax, because apparently the poison lasers have been replaced with something a lot more balanced and a lot more reasonable. That sounds quite interesting. Krithor was telling me about it earlier today when I was running an interview with him. So yeah, we should do that at some point. All right, so
we're on the latest overhaul version.
Yeah, but this is for the this is the non-overhaul version.
Yeah.
Right, so I want
Mark.
That.
Yes.
You've claimed the line over the Liber for 300 seconds of inactivity.
Yes. No, you can cancel that. I just wanted to make sure I can grab some ammunition.
We do need the lasers down the side. Don't think I need these belts. Shouldn't need these belts. Shouldn't need any belts. So as I say, I'm going to start off with Mark's original design, and then I'm going to butcher it quite severely. So no, edit that. Come on. What? Oh, that's not what I thought it was. I clicked the wrong button. What I actually wanted was one of these. Let's put that there, and then we can edit it. Right, there we go. So I want to get rid of all of the belts on this ship. To get rid of that, and that, and that. Drag that across. This nice and easy. Get rid of all of that. Then I'm going to want all of this stuff down the bottom. We don't need any of this because we're not going to use that for fuel. I am going to need to get... we're not going to need any of these crushers either. Or any of this. Or... I'll remove all of this for now because I'm going to replace... Oh, all of this as well. Don't need any of that. Are we getting gleebed again? We're getting gleebed again. Okay, that's fine. Let's get rid of all of... In fact, you know what? Let's get rid of all of this down the bottom. I don't need any of this. We'll rebuild this part and then work out what on earth is going on. Don't need that. Don't need those. Right. So now we're down to a much more minimalist build across here, where we've got essentially we've got the lasers at the front here to power to keep the ship safe. Then we've got a few. I'm going to remove a few of these accumulators. That seems to be fairly. That's sort of the basics of a ship. I think this is very, very distracting with all of the shipbuilding noises going on. So this is going to. So in order to power this ship, we're going to bring up a large quantity of barrels of ethanol, and then we do need to feed that to the ethanol system. So ethanol unbarreling will happen in an assembly machine. So we'll put one of those in here. Ooh, I wonder if yeah, we're still going to need huge amounts of power. But not with those types of solar panels. We want the other type of solar panels. We're going to need a huge amount of power in order to power, well, all of the lasers on the front. Unfortunately, I can't switch over to being completely, what's the word? Completely ethanol powered, I don't think. As far as I'm aware, there isn't an ethanol generator.
Can we burn ethanol, make power? Is that possible?
I was just wondering about that. I'm not aware of a way of any sort of generation system for to burn it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Let's just tidy all that out. Right, so now we've got this machine here is going to be emptying out barrels of ethanol. Actually, I assume the ethanol thrusters don't take barreled ethanol. That'd be very weird, but it's not impossible. We should probably check that. So there's the ethanol thruster. No, except the liquid ethanol. Okay, good. I'm happy with that because if it was non-fluid ethanol, that'd be very, very strange. I'll start on this side. 1, 2. That's a shame. I was sort of hoping that the that we get a gap in here so I could pipe the ethanol into the middle of these. But that's not going to be the case. So I guess we'll just move. Let's try that again. So this time I will have. So where's the sentence? Yeah, so I'll put one there. 1, 2, 3. Double gap. 1, 2, 3. This may be an excessive quantity of ethanol thrusters. We will find out in the not too distant future. But for now, who cares? We'll see how it goes. Right, and then in here we're going to empty titanium barrels of ethanol, which is that. Let's search. That's not the one I want. I want titanium barrel. Titanium sludge. Oh, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it'll take in either. No, it can't be right. It can't take in ethanol barrel or ethanol titanium barrel. Let's look this one up in here. Barreling. Why don't the barrel recipes show up in the Factoriopedia? That's on a postcard. Right, so we have the fill ethanol titanium ethanol barrel. Oh, that can only be done in diesel machine. So I need to put in either a diesel assembling machine or a diesel barreling machine, or an electric barreling machine, to be fair. Let's put in an electric barreling machine or unbarreling machine, because that will actually work. Like that, and then we can pass into there like that, and back out again, like that, and then we hook up. Ah, it's quiet when the building stops, isn't it? There we go. Run that up to there. I've got no power. That's fine. We'll be putting in some solar in a moment. I'm going to take these accumulators out for the time being, and I think this is probably an excessive amount of storage space. I'm going to take these out at least for now. I'm going to square up the ship a bit. That, and then trim off some of these weird warty bits on the side, and then close up some of these holes as well. Okay, so there's the basics of a ship. We've got a few bits missing down here that we aren't going to get, like the electric barreling machine. So I'll have to make that on Norvis, but that's fine. I can do that. This area can be filled up with solar panels. So can the area up at the front. And I think that should be that should be good. The ship. So we've got. Let's go and have a look at another ship and see how it compares. So this one, what bits have I removed? So I've removed the grabbers, but we don't need grabbers because it's going to be fueled with ethanol, and the grabbers are only producing the raw resources for making the rocket the spaceship fuel and oxidizer. So we don't need the grabbers. We don't need the nuclear power plant because we're not going nuclear with this ship. We do need lasers on the. Oh, we could do some lasers around the outside, around the sides of it. That's probably a good idea. But otherwise, I think that's more or less complete. It just needs the Foliax solar panels now. So let's put in a few more lasers, just because I think having some more lasers around the edges of this is going to be a good idea. And then a couple down here at the back. There we go, just in case. And then we want the Foliax solar panels, because they are significantly better. I want to put in 1, 2. I will probably move this pipe across because that's kind of in the way. Yeah, I can go to there. If I now cut that and put it there instead, I can stick in another panel on this side and there, and then 3 across there. Now that's going to produce a lot of electricity. The fact that we're out in space means we'll probably be okay, but I do think I should probably still put some accumulators on, because it just feels like a good idea, because there's bound to be something like the lasers will all start firing at the same time or something daft like that, and we'll run out of power. So let's fill these gaps up at the front with batteries. Like so. And then if and when these solar panels arrive, then yeah, this should be a nice little hauler. And it's much more compact now. This is getting back almost to sort of almost getting back to a vanilla size of spaceship, which is quite nice. Needs ethanol. Why would it need ethanol in both inputs? That doesn't make sense. Unless it's a sort of a weird. Maybe it could be. It's possible it does for some sort of weird game-related reason. We'll see. Right. So. Maybe we'll play with the nice ships a little bit later. We will see. So space platform. Yes, that's the smaller unbarreler as said. Why burn fuel if you have perfectly fine green energy? Because because these exist, and therefore I want to play with them. Essentially, these options exist, and therefore why not give them a shot and see what it's like. Need both inputs. Maybe we'll see about that in a minute. Shipping. Yeah, it's more like firing nuclear fuel cells up to space than it is shipping water up to space, I think. Oh yeah, tank would be a good idea. Thrusters inherently have 2 chambers. All right, okay, let's do that as well then. Put it on that side. Look, it's a little bit more sensible. Yes, you're quite right. Having some storage tanks for the ethanol as it gets unbarreled is a good idea. We should probably do that. I'll pull that out, and then we'll see how much space is, how much capacity we have in the, how much power capacity we have once we get all this built up. So we don't have any Foliex panels over here. Does the Lime have those?
Yes.
Justin.
Right.
Yep.
What's the other
Your
thing?
new mod that
No.
does the X's on things, which
Uh,
is very nice.
Laurence,
Yeah?
you're currently building on Norvis, right? So Norvis
Over
orbit.
Norvis, yes.
Yeah, then you shouldn't import them via the Lime, but the Foliex ship should bring
There
them
isn't a
over.
Foliex ship, I don't think.
He's
No,
making the
that's-
Foliax ship. Oh, Foliax.
Yeah.
There is. Yeah.
Then that's it for some problem.
Oh, is right.
What are you asking? What are you wanting?
The Foliex
Foliex.
solar panels.
Oh, okay. Start asking for them
Could I have some Foliex solar panels, please?
on Norvis.
Okay. No, there's a.
Tristan, do you want to
this
hop onto
thing.
a side channel
This
so I
area.
can pick your brain a bit?
Gross. Right, Foliex. Oh no, it's under Foliex, isn't it? 'Cause of course it is. Foliex solar panel, that one. We would like to have. Are these positive numbers? Yes, they are. So we'll ask for 100 of those. We should get some of those brought down, and then they can be brought back up again. Lovely. Oh, actually, let's just check. Is that going to be enough for a rocket? Yes, it is. It's yes, easily enough for a rocket. Good. So that should get that done. I also need to make an electric barreling machine. So that's just going to be another entry in the ludicrous mall over here. If I can find space, there's some space over here. Well, this is a very fluid area. Tuck it in down here then, I guess. Right, so we have a blueprint for that. That's in game blueprints. We have a Maul assembler. So I would like to. No, I don't want to edit it. I would like to have a. I'd like to have a Maul assembler. That one, and I'll put you in there. And I'd like you to make. No, look in here. The electric barreling machine. That guy. Yes, we'd like some of those. 1 stack is probably enough. We'll check the numbers in a second. Rocket capacity is 1 stack, I guess. That's spot on. And this will get very, very quickly filled up with the ingredients required in order to make the electric barreling machines like that. And there we go. They're starting to be made. Good. So now if I go back up to the Serenity, which to be honest, I was going to put some engine pods on the side of it to make it look more like the actual Serenity, but that feels a little bit unnecessary, to be honest. Right, so we want you to unbarrel. Grief. Here we go. Empty ethanol titanium barrel. Right. Yes, that's what I was looking for. So we can do that, and then I need to send a few over to Norvis as a sort of a starting to get it to kick off basically, and then we can get them to be shipped out from Pelagos automatically, and the ship will refuel every time it gets there. So I'm going to put in some. We've got the reconstruction. What? Okay, that's cleared out. That's fine. No group assigned, so I can delete that safely without breaking the other ship. We'll add in a section, and we would like to have. We'd like to bring up from Pelagos. We're going to need a quantity of titanium ethanol barrels, which is that guy. That guy. Let's put an actual useful number in there, like 200. And we don't import from Norvis. Well, we do for now, but in the long run it'll be Pelagos.
I've got a question for you, Laurence.
Okay.
On Pelagos, how have you been dealing with the need for nutrients to be shipped around?
I haven't. I've been building nutrients on site for everywhere they're needed.
Okay. Ugh.
Every island already has them, so it should be so if you're building on an existing island, it should be trivial.
Science Island does, in fairness. I just need to get them shipped all the way over to the other side of them.
Also, the production in that row is to ratio.
So, basically, don't steal from it. Catch you.
But there's probably going to be some coconut meat there that you could steal and turn into.
Well, if it's to ratio, then
no, including the. So you could grab some coconuts. I think there are like 5 or 10 over production.
I think it would be easier to just copy and paste the entire setup.
Yeah.
Well, so this is the.
No, I'm not saying that's unfair. Yeah. I'm just amused by the idea.
Oh yeah, the logic basically goes to if it's built to ratio, leeching any of it off is going to destroy the ratio and break the build.
Absolutely, yes.
Depending if you need it constantly for.
Yes. You say it's built to ratio. There's a huge quantity of coconuts there, and a full belt of coconut meat. I would dispute that it's built to ratio.
No, I said I'm using more coconut trees than I need, so you could.
Right. Okay. So you
could leech the coconuts.
Yeah, coconuts, and maybe the I can look it up if I still have it saved somewhere. I am using 0.4 of the coconuts processing, so you can have 0.6 of that.
So you could take some coconut meat straight from there.
What's output? Yeah, half of the coconut meat output. If you.
It's coconut meat.
Yeah, just go for that.
10 minutes. Yeah, okay. So, how would I finagle it through the rockets?
Monopropellant. Yeah.
Mm.
Yes, micronutrients rather than macronutrient production. That's quite right. They're quite right. The nutrients spoil quickly enough that it doesn't feel worth trying to ship them around, especially as our main shipment method is ships, and ships are very, very slow shipping things around. So, yeah, I feel
also
that
the same
making
thing
nutrients
very
everywhere
fast
is.
3 times.
I don't want to. It's hard enough saying it once, and I was making it up as I went along. That sounds like Mike's idea of building to ratio board easy, so yeah, kind of. Ooh, lots of rocket silos. That's handy.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
How many of them are earmarked with things that should be how many of them are intended to be doing something? Because I would like to put some ethanol barrels into one of them.
What's
I'm working on the ethanol barrels, Laurence.
Okay.
They will be provided in one of these. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, I didn't know whether that was a thing I was going to have to do myself or was going to be done for me. Awesome.
It's burning the spoilage at the end.
Okay. Well, it's in a sense of doing literally nothing but spoilage.
No. Yeah. So you see, just witness that.
I missed it. Afraid, sorry.
Okay.
Laurence, if you want the task, you can have the task. If you're like waiting for.
Oh, sorry.
I pretty much am. Yeah. So would probably be quite useful to take that over.
I haven't done more than just place these 2 here basically. So and that was just to see which machines and ratios and whatever. So you can pick one of these and make them the titanium.
Will do.
Builder.
It's just occurred to me. We're going to have it drop. The ship is going to be able to drop the empty barrels back down again, and we're going to want it to because it's going to have to get rid of them somehow. So, do we want to move them down to the landing pad, Or do we want to ship titanium barrels over by drone, or do we want to...
You recycle them into titanium plates and drop them onto Novice.
Okay. Yep, that works. Can do that. Or could do it the other way around.
Forgotten the
Yeah, just drop them onto Novice and Novice will recycle them, yes.
Okay. I hear grumbling and a raging.
I'd forgotten about the need to pipe fuel into the inserters, and so I was getting quite chuffed with my little compact thing, and I was like, it's the wrong size. You know what? I don't care. It's gonna work.
you have infinite space, Mike. You can you'll sort that.
It's fine. I have fixed it in a way that is definitely not horrible. Bugger. Right. Now I fixed it in a way that's definitely not horrible.
I see the horribleness.
How do I...
It's fine. You love it.
Oh, there they are. Titanium barrels.
That's fine.
Yeah, then the rest is easy because that's
Pelagos. There's Pelagos.
How you doing, Tristan?
We're slightly lacking on steam, but it's basically working. I just need to switch everything over.
What have you had to do to increase copper, basically? What was the limiting factor? Sorry.
Crushers.
Okay.
And I've upgraded modules in the calcinators. Calciners.
I keep forgetting whether they're calciners or calcinators, so I'll hopefully eventually learn, but I'm not sure when.
Calcinators.
Thanks. What am I even doing here? Right, yes, I need a diesel barreler, which is that guy, and I want to put you. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna have to run the pipes around it anyway. I want it all over the place. So let's put you there. Actually, let's move all of that across a little bit because it'll look nicer if I put it there. And then I can put in a medium inserter here. That goes there. And then we pipe all this together like this. And this. And this. And then we head over and actually build it. Hopefully I've got all the bits and pieces I need. So that I'm not going to have all the bits and pieces I need, but I should be able to at least make it so that the rest of the island isn't broken. Other people had all the bits and pieces I needed. Excellent. So
I did, and I took pity on you.
Very kind of you. So I'm also going to need to have that there in order to put the yes, sure, stand on the belt, see if I can. Right, so we can have that there. Then we need to tell this one to make titanium barrels, which is this guy. And then that'll make the barrels. That will load them. That'll fill up. They'll make the barrels. They'll be passed into here, where they'll be filled up with titanium, and then this inserter will then chuck them into this rocket silo, which will then be, which we can then. No, we don't want to have automatic requests, so that's correct. Yeah, that should be good. Why are you not feeding through? Why are you not running? Oh, you haven't set a recipe for you. Fine. I want you to fill titanium barrels. There we go. Now we can fill this spaceship, fill this rocket up, send it up to the spaceship, send it over to Norvis, drop them down, pass them back up to the Pelagos ship, and get the Pelagos ship flowing. Right. Yeah, we could have the titanium barrels be dropped down here, then put them into another ship, and when the ship is full, sail it over, and then just have an enormous number of titanium barrels ready to be used. But instead, we've decided we're just going to drop the barrels onto Norvis and then recycle them back into titanium, because we're probably going to use at least some titanium over on Norvis, which seems likely. Over here, right, we're filling up gradually. That seems to be fine.
Where's that gone wrong? Stupid.
Are you struggling, Mike?
No.
That's a lot of reverb on that.
No, it's fine.
Right, so we're going to... Patrick Stewart is still there, that's good. We can... to be honest, that... we want to have a full rocket load, so we can put a full rocket load into the rocket at the other end and have a good, healthy supply to start with. Serenity... Oop, I misclicked because it jumped. Serenity, you still haven't got... How are the Foliac solar panels coming along, Tristan? Are they coming along?
They should be.
Okay, cool. That's what matters most.
You're requesting them down on Norvis, are you?
I'm request. Oh, maybe not. I can't remember now. I think I did, but I'm going to check. Yes, I did. So, as far as I'm aware, they've not arrived yet, but I might just be. I may well be being impatient, which is, how it is.
Oh yeah. The temporary stop for loading stuff is waiting for everything to be available, which includes more labs and what's names than it's going to get.
Right. Okay.
So
back to the ship. So let's have a look at the what it's doing. So it's going to Norvis, where it'll unload until, and I guess it'll wait until any request is 0. That seems like a reasonable time to do it. And then it goes to Pelagos. I don't need to set up interrupts for this because it's just going to be a simple back and forth and back and forth. It doesn't need to do funny things like going to a particular place to get nuclear fuel or going to different places depending on what resource it's run out of. So this can just be go over there until all requests satisfied. I don't think there's any reason to do anything more complicated than that. I'm probably wrong, and we'll probably realise at some point in the not too distant future why some of these ships have more complicated things going on. Although this is pulling in calcite. No, it's a Gleba, and then presumably it goes to... Yeah, it'll go and get calcite if it needs more, or it'll go and get nuclear fuel if it needs more. Ah, that's because, yes, it needs to go to Vulcanus to get the calcite, and it needs to go to Norvis to get the nuclear fuel. But I don't think
the benefit of having the nuclear fuel one, even if you're going to be over Norvis, is that it will hang around there until it gets some, if something has gone wrong.
Fair enough. I don't need nuclear fuel though, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
This is going to be solar and ethanol powered. So drinks and suntans.
If you had grabbers, you could do the calcite production on site.
I don't need calcite. That was a different ship.
Okay.
I was looking at a Gleba ship to look at the sort of the how things were working to make sure I hadn't made it, to make sure there wasn't anything that was being done on that one that I was going to think, oh no, I should have done that on this one. So, yeah, that's probably fine. So once those arrive, we need those to arrive, and then is the Patrick Stewart still? No, Patrick Stewart's on his way over to Norvis. Fine. When he comes back, we'll lob the with the now. Oh, it's nearly a rocket full here. Actually, you know what? I think this should be... There should be a... Which way you... Oh, that way. There should be a short inserter there and a short inserter there. And therefore a pipe there. And then there should be a box. Do I have such a thing as a box in my pocket? See, I do. I've got lots of boxes. I'll put a box in there. And we'll fill that up to... a row like that. So there's a bit of a buffer right here, ready to be chucked into this rocket when it's ready to go. So we're not forever waiting for it to be loaded up on demand. Now we are just waiting for this ship to come back from Norvis, where it's gone over to deliver a large quantity of science packs, and it's leaving already. So that's good. When this one gets back over to Pelagos, we can load it up with the ethanol, then we can drop the ethanol down onto the planet, onto Norvis. It'll go back up to the spaceship. It's a little bit wasteful, but we can cope with that. And then hopefully by then hopefully Tristan's solar panels will arrive and it'll be ready to go. And then we'll find out how much I've screwed it up. So my expectation of how this is going to be screwed up is that I'm expecting it to be far, far too fast, because there's probably going to be more thrust coming out of the ethanol thrusters or something like that. So here we're seeing a thrust of 227 meganewtons, okay, and the other one, Serenity, is going to produce a thrust of 0. So I don't know at the moment. Let's see if the Factorio PD will tell me. Up to 100 meganewtons. So yeah, this is going to be a particularly rapid ship. So you know what? For the time being, I'm going to pull out the outer 2 engines just to slow it down a little bit and see how it copes with the number of things that are going to be in the way. I also want to find out whether I've put on remotely enough solar in, because I have a feeling this isn't going to be enough. I know the Foliax solar panels are really, really effective, but also there's only like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's only 11 solar panels on here, and that isn't very many. So
pretty sure it's dropped them to Norris, by the way.
Yep,
so
they've come back up again. It has worked. Badoink! There they are. And nothing's happening. Tell me about power. Ah, there we go. Just took a moment to fully charge up the laser cannons before they were ready. So there we go. We've now got lots and lots of power. We've got a potential maximum of 10 megawatts. That seems like a decent amount of power, to be honest. The although how much does a laser use when it's actually lasing? 5. Oh, each laser can use 5 megawatts. So I need half as many solar panels as I have lasers. This is not remotely enough solar panels. Then let's extend the ship. So I'm going to snip off that bit, and then put in some more solar panels like this. I'll put in another tank on this side as well. Okay, how's that looking? So we now have 25 solar panels and 44 lasers. So that is now, there is now enough power being produced by the solar for the lasers to all laze. So I'm going to put in one more tank there just because. I'm going to put in one more solar panel just because that seems like a good idea. I can then run the pipe down there and then put this back in like that.
Hey Norris, could I ask you to scoot over a bit from on Pelagos? Thank you.
That's what belts are for.
Yeah, true.
Chuck me in the water. Also, you can build underneath people, I think, because we've all got mech suits, so we'll just jump in the air and get out of the way.
When are we expecting the next ship with a full load of circuits to arrive?
Ha! We're not. Request it when you want it, because it's going to take several days.
Right. Go!
Yeah, you can send it off now. That's fine.
Yeah, I've sent it. It's
how much? Yeah. How filled up is it?
You reprogram it to
2 to 3 stacks.
leave earlier.
Just for the time being, I just want it as a sort of proof of concept, so I can see where things are, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I can, trace it, but yeah.
Oh, so at the moment I haven't set the port up to. Okay. It has been finished off. Good. Somebody finished it off for me. That was very kind of them. It was Mike. Oh, thank you, Mike.
You're welcome. What am I trying to do now? I'm trying to... Not that. Oh, you're going to like this. This is going to be spicy in all the weird ways.
Uh-oh.
That, and then... This is what happens when I just lose the will to live. Then that, then that, then that. So spot the weirdness.
You're sending the bacteria past all of the tier 2 machines, which don't need it.
Correct.
But on their way to get to the tier 3s. But yeah,
Yep.
Oh well.
What's the other half of that though?
We got drone deliveries of calciners coming in.
So the other half of that, Laurence, is that it means that... Oh, no, let's not do that. That's going to end badly. It means the tier 2 circuits are also going to be looped around as well?
You mean tier 2...
Completely unnecessarily.
The tier 2 modules.
Sorry, yes.
Right, okay.
Yes.
Calciners.
I mean, at this stage, I've got more than enough blue circuits, but no red or green circuits, so it's all just, hanging out.
Theoretical, yeah.
But in theory, that's now a working build. Other than it's a bit nutrient light.
Can't get over the drone pictures on the map view. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
Those are quite cool. I'm pleasantly surprised by those.
Cool, ridiculous in a cool way. Yes, ridiculous doesn't necessarily mean bad.
Yeah.
You know how I feel about ridiculous things.
Well, you like me, so yeah.
Quite. Are they empty yet? Yep.
I might have to go.
Oh, one of them crashed into an island, but it didn't. It didn't damage the belt it flew into.
Oh.
So that's good news.
Thank you.
we were wondering about that last week. Party on Norvis once the once all the ethanol barrels arrive on Norvis, we can have a big party over there. Ain't no party like a biter party, because a biter party is always hungry. Maybe, I don't know. Right, we're on our way. That is Norvis we're about to arrive at. So let's dump all of that. We've been very, very manual here, which is kind of naughty, but never mind. We don't care. Right, so there goes the science. There goes the ethanol. The ethanol should then be pulled up over onto the other ship. We're departing already. Fine. Let's go back to the Serenity then, which is still in orbit over Norvis. And so the question we're going to find out here is how much ethanol does it take to fly from Norvis to Pelagos and potentially back again? I'm cautiously hoping it's going to be really, really efficient and we're going to get there on about 2 barrels or something silly like that. Because alternatively, I'm going to have to ship even more of it back across and then cry a little bit. But we'll see. So there we go. We've got... could be not enough to fill a rocket. How can there not be enough to fill a rocket? We've just filled a rocket up. Oh, there we go. Now there's enough to fill a rocket. Okay, I was just being impatient.
So these fully solar panels should be efficient enough to not require any accumulators. Oh, you have some.
I have some accumulators up at the front.
My bad.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think they probably should. Yes, they produce. So each one of the each one of the solar panels produces enough power for 2 lasers. Wait, no, it doesn't. 900 kilowatts, and these are max of 5 megawatts. No, I am way out on my numbers. Let's take this out very, very slowly and see how it copes, because this is not enough solar panels to keep the lasers firing constantly. So I'm very nervous about how well this is going to work. We're still waiting for some. There's still some ethanol barrels on their way, so we'll see how. Yeah, so I know where I went wrong. I checked the amount of power I had in total and I saw I had 9.9 megawatts, and then I checked a laser, and laser uses 5 megawatts, and I thought that was, and I confused myself into thinking that was per solar panel, not per ship. So yeah, I'm probably going to need a lot more solar than this. But let's get some ethanol flowing first and find out how that goes. Ooh, and there go the empty barrels away again. Nice. So we'll fill these tanks up a little bit, fill the engines up a bit. I'd quite like to just dump all of these all these barrels into the ship and then see how it goes.
Have you added a barrel recycling thing on a Novice?
No, not yet.
I'll do that. I have a default machine for that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Right, so I don't know why these haven't all gone, but they'll go now. There we go. Right, so we have 3.7 thousand in each tank. Let's go and see how this goes, because nothing happened. Oh no, it's an automatic. I told you to go to Pelagos. It is not going. Bonk. Okay, why are you sad? You have ethanol. It's full of fuel. It says so over on the right. No input. It says no input fluid, even though I've got both input fluids. Okay. Let's remove that and try running a pipe around the other side like this. Just see what happens. Okay, that's now working. That's a bit weird.
It does require 2 fluids.
It does, but I'd linked up to both on one side. So.
Yeah.
Well, they should be able to pass through in the middle, right?
Yes, but
no,
not if you need to fill it up on both sides.
It's presumably split left and right rather than diagonally.
Oh, maybe. That's possible. Do you have anything to say, Talendar? Because this doesn't seem to be it doesn't seem to be as I would expect it. I'll put it that way. I feel like this engine should work.
It makes it maybe more efficient. You can have a straight line, much more simply, right?
No.
No,
you need,
because feeding it on one side doesn't work. Look at the right-hand engine.
No. But what I'm saying is they can feed through one another, but you need to input from both sides or something.
No, that you mean both ends? I don't think. No.
You could, oh, sorry, I can't. You could do like.
You think of then running pipes up the middle like that?
No, I'm just saying like this should work, and then you just have pipes on this side.
Right. No, I'm saying. Well, if how I understand it is correct, then no, that will definitely not work.
Well, try it out.
I'd need to lose some solar panels, which I don't really want to do.
You could just move them over here.
True. All right. We'll give it a try. What's the worst could happen? So put that there. Right, and so then
has given the answer, which is that it's got 2 chambers internally. They need to fill both rather than just one.
Yes, but they're split.
Yes, but
So-
in a normal spaceship like this one, you have each side has a feed into each of the chambers.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we've got fuel and oxidizer there, and oxidizer and fuel there. Whereas this one, when you have pipes going to both inputs on the same side of a thruster, it doesn't work. It seems to need it to go to both sides of the thruster.
Yeah,
That's what I was querying.
Yeah.
Am I out of power? No.
I really want to do that.
Oh,
Maybe.
I don't like this. We're going back to. Let's head back to Norvis.
I've got all 3 working.
Yeah, this is not
Yeah,
working at all. Right, let's not have all 3 working.
Too much thrust.
More power!
Can't get the staff around here. Can't get the staff. Can't get the staff.
Power!
Right, thanks
This
for wrecking
is
my
why
ship, Mike.
That all costs money.
Mike's like, what happens if I just press on this accelerator right here?
You were all saying how you couldn't make it more go. So it's like, well, we do this and it goes.
Oh,
You didn't say that you
So
hadn't put
much
enough defenses on the
destruction.
ship.
Oh dear.
If you had said that you hadn't put enough guns on the ship and you hadn't defended it properly, then I wouldn't have fixed it.
Well, I'm actually quite surprised it's not
There you
enough guns because I mean there's not enough power now. But it was struggling before when there was some power. So yeah, the ship needs a lot more power generation. Is the first thing we've learned from this. The second thing is that Mike shouldn't be allowed to play.
what you could do, Laurence, is use the new heavy gun turrets from Pelagos.
No, I can't because they
And-
require ammunition.
Well, hear me out.
And the whole point of
and
building
then-
this is that we don't build ammunition. We don't. I
Hear
don't.
me out.
Okay.
And then just import the ammo, both like from Pelagos. We can set up some.
No, that's
gun
horrible.
Ammunition factories.
That's horrible. I hate that. I hate the idea.
Yuck.
I'm not trying to make a ship that's fully self-sufficient, as is quite clearly obvious by the way that it needs to refuel. But I don't want it to have to load up with ammunition. Loading up with ammunition just requires billions of launches, and it's a horrible idea. I hate it. I do want some.
Fair enough.
Yeah, some repair packs on here though. Right, so we'll let this sit here for a moment while it charges the power supply back up again, and then we'll try putting an engine on it and not let Mike anywhere near it.
Hey, I solved the problem that you were struggling with. It's not my fault that you had
you
another problem.
didn't. No,
You
you
said you
didn't.
couldn't make the engine fire. So
No,
made the
I
engine
said we
fire.
couldn't make. I said the engines didn't fire when it was attempting to fuel them from both sides.
You
Was
could do a
it
hybrid.
attempting to fuel it from one side?
That's
You
the
could do a
better
hybrid
fix.
one, Laurence. Between Mark's ship and this ethanol thrusters, right? So instead of having to have grabbers and belts and all that jazz.
Yes, I could make it
You
nuclear
have-
powered. That's true.
Yeah, make it nuclear powered and then power it by ethanol.
Yeah, that was something I was vaguely considering, but I think actually I'd rather just stretch it and put a lot more solar panels in, and yeah, as I say, not let Mike touch it. Oh, and interestingly, it's run out of fuel. Although that could be because we've ripped up a load of the thrusters, and they had several thousand in each. However, it does appear that the 7,000 or 8,000 ethanol that we had in there was not enough. But then as I say, we might have lost some from pulling up engines. I don't know.
Okay, so this circuit, or this module build works. I could probably make it more efficient, but yeah, it works. And by efficient, what I really mean is compact.
Hello, Tommy. Welcome. Sorry, I didn't see you earlier. I was too busy being wound up by Mike. Yeah. So the question with the thrusters was yes, they've got 2 chambers, so they need to have 2 things filled into it. They need to have fluids pumped in 2 places. On vanilla engines, the 2 different fluids are on each side of of the thruster, so you can feed in from one side as long as you feed in both the fuel and the oxidizer. On this ship, they don't work if you feed in on both entry ports on the same side. You appear to have to feed into both sides of it. I thought I couldn't find the fuel consumption. Oh, here we go. Consumption up to 15 per second. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yes. So that we see 1.5 to 15 per second. Okay. The problem with that is I don't know how long it takes to get to the other planet, and therefore I don't know how much I need. But that's true. That is a good starting point. How far away are we? Still quite a long way. Okay. Yeah. So with the port, yes, I was expecting to be able to just feed it into both ports on one side, even though it has the 2 chambers in there, and have it then pass through. So, okay, I don't need to connect all 4, but which 4 do I need to connect? Because 2 on the same side isn't enough, and but all 4 does work. I mean, maybe it would work if I removed those and those. I don't know. I'm guessing at the moment, but it certainly doesn't work if it's set up like that. That does not work. There's no yeah, it doesn't that doesn't work, and then that as well certainly doesn't work because it's not feeding it through in the way I would expect it to. Yes, the lasers were failing, and that's because the ship ran out of power because I didn't put enough solar panels on to keep the lasers firing constantly, because I just got the numbers wrong basically, and thought I'd set off and try bimbling out slowly and see what happened. Now at this speed, the lasers are the energy production is absolutely fine. We can fire the lasers at the rate we need to, but that's because the ship is just drifting through space, and therefore it's not.
I hear you want me to help you speed it up.
Okay then, go on then.
Laurence, I've added the ethanol titanium barrels to the Sir Patrick Stewart, so you can request them on Ovis.
Okay.
For your experimentation.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, I did that manually once because I was hoping it would just work, but yeah, it seems to need to be a little more. It might have to be a little bit more. Mainly a few more tries. Chambers are on the sides of the engine to make sure you can't just make a row of thrusters. Okay, that's fair enough, because that was basically what I tried to do. I did try and just make a big long row of thrusters, so yeah, fair. Alright, we'll put that pipe back in again, and yeah, we'll worry about it later when it arrives back. In quite a long time. Okay, so there's not a lot. I'm not going to be able to do a huge amount with this ship for a little while. It needs to drift all the way back to Norvis, and then we can rescue it and get it working again. Okay, in the meantime, is there anything else going on around the solar system that I can go and look at or get involved in while I'm waiting for the ship to arrive?
We want to ship titanium plates up to the whichever ship is gonna carry it to Novus, right?
Yes.
You want to try out the zip? We want to try out the zipping.
Oh, that's true. Yes.
So if you want to add the zipping into one of the pockets. Or whatever it's called now, I can't
remember. Storage crates, I think. Right, what are you doing with... Oh no, the wood comes out from here, doesn't it? So it's this... Yeah, there we go, that belt, as it shows. So if I put in a splitter there, and up priority to the left, there we go. Bring us over this way. Don't need those undergrounds. Will that reach? No. Grr. If I go up a bit. There? Yes, that'll reach. Okay, so that's that one. Can't use this silo because it's already in use. I could come down and use this one down here though. So what we're going to need is a diesel assembly machine. That's one of these guys. So I assume it's going to be one of these. I will check in a moment. So we'll put you there. And we want you to then do cargo crate, and we'd like to do titanium, which is cargo crate, 40 titanium barrels, 100 titanium dust, 200 titanium plates. So that's fill the crate, and that's unpack the crate. So we do that one. So we need a wooden chest. That's fine. We're going to bring the wood over. And I think I can get away with moving this across a little bit. Yes, I can. Excellent. I can put another one of these next to that, like so. Right, let's rotate these around like that. Then I can put an inserter in the middle of there, and an inserter there. And then I'll put in a short and long inserters over here. So I have a short one there, two short ones, and then a medium one on the end, like this. No, I'm going to carry on doing the short ones, because as I learned last time, it's much better to stick a box in there. Come on, stick a box in there, and then we have supply available. So it's coming up there, going down there. That's needed. That's not needed. I can remove both of those. Head over there. Boom. Build everything. Just like that. Right, so that's that. And there's now room to bring the ethanol out from there like this and power everything. And then I can bring the belt down here, under here. Boink. And you need to make empty crate. I assume empty crate is not going to be in this list. If you were an empty crate, where would you hide?
Personal rockets on Pelagos?
I have not. Oh, wooden chest.
I just used one of the automatic ones.
Okay.
Pestra junk backed up.
It's always backed up. I'll take a peek.
Right, there we go. That is titanium in crates now being created.
It's still flowing. It's just pause for a moment.
Wow, that's put a hell of a load on the titanium production. But I guess this is one of those sort of filling up buffer things. It'll be fine. We've got the rocket is not full yet. It's 4 out of 10. Okay. Yeah, so that looks pretty good. We've immediately chucked. Well, I don't know how many. Oh, it says on there. We've got 800 titanium in this rocket silo. Just like that. Nice and easy. Are we there yet? Let's have a look, Boardeasy, shall we? Serenity is Serenity's still drifting, and it's most of the way. I think is it 15,000 kilometers between the two, so we've got 1,400 left to go. So we'll be there soonish.
Just very serene.
What is this mod? This mod is this Planetary Pioneers. It's about 30 extra planets, basically. To put it simply, Zarius. There's
Tristan,
many planets.
Right.
As you can see across here, lots and lots of extra planets just to play with, and to destroy our UPS. Oh, thanks for the sub, Zarlus. Much appreciated. Good to have you around. Who's floating over a launching rocket? Yeah, you probably should. It probably would make sense to take damage from that. Was it me? No, it wasn't me. Yeah, the game doesn't have a great concept of the third dimension, I guess. So yeah. Yeah, I was a little bit confused by the ethanol engines. I've worked it out now, but it did take a little bit of investigation to try and work out what was going on there. Why is there a box of wood and coconut husk there? Let's not ask. My only slight concern about this is that we're pulling the titanium through at quite a rate, and we may end up starving the science rocket. But I guess that just means we need to pump more of it through, and it'll get there eventually. And we're cooking up the titanium reasonably quickly over here, so that should produce a fair amount of it. Right, how are you doing? Serenity still 800 kilometers to go. It'll take a little while. Oh, I see. He's bringing the calciners over by delivery drone and then feeding them directly into the rocket. Fair enough. I guess that makes a certain amount of sense. So are we making more delivery drones over here, or are we sending delivery drones over by? Are we sending delivery drones over by delivery drone? I assume. Oh, yes, there we go. We are making delivery drones up here. That does seem to be more sensible. Oh dear, Sophia is tinkering with Tristan's copper system again.
Yeah, I'm not really happy with this.
No. It does. Yeah, it doesn't work, but. That's odd because we had did we have it? Yes, we had a ship because it emptied. So it did. Is Tristan still in chat, or has he run off to another one? He's run off to another one. Okay, so it is his claim that it would be better once it came back didn't actually work. Okay. I see some frantic control Zing.
Well, I just want to restore it and then ask Tristan to build something that isn't trash.
No, Talmdar, the delivery drone can't deliver to the rocket directly, but it can deliver to a chest that's right next to the rocket, and then it can be passed from that chest into the rocket. Or at least I say it can't deliver. I say it can't deliver. The delivery drone can't deliver to the rocket directly. I assume it can't. I haven't actually checked, but no, we've got it. It's going to a drone request
you needed
chest.
the request depots.
It seems likely, yes. The other problem is. People don't... Well, speaking personally, I don't tend to look at the tips and tricks pages very much. Now, that's at least partly because I'm streaming, and I feel that going off and reading a tips and tricks page for a few minutes would not make for the best content. But still, it's... I imagine there are quite a lot of other people who just don't read the manual.
So, I've got a nominally working up to tier 3... What are they called? No, clock.
Degradation module.
Degradation, thank you. Degradation module thing it's working slowly, but it is working.
It'd work a bit faster if there were more red circuits available by the looks of it.
It doesn't have to go fast at all. I do like that it's in somewhat of a ratio, and most importantly, it shouldn't be the bacteria shouldn't die out. But if those are taken from elsewhere, then maybe that's sorted over there.
It looks like the bacteria shouldn't die out, probably. It's often hard to be sure.
Doing a bit of heavy lifting there, for you, if we're honest.
Sorry?
The word shouldn't is doing a bit of heavy lifting
yeah.
there. It shouldn't, but...
It's confusing me a bit that the belt is stopped.
It doesn't.
Why is the belt stopped? Have you...
I don't know.
It's because you have inserters placing into the belt on the same side, so maybe you should use both sides. So you should pick up from one side and place on the other.
No, but that doesn't feel right, because I'm sure over on Coconut Island we've got... Yeah, over here I've got inserters dropping onto the belt. The belt is just a simple loop, and it's flowing happily. So... This is what it should be like, and it should just flow. And I don't know why yours isn't.
It is weird, not going to lie.
From my experience, it is that inserters can place into gaps or something, right?
Yeah, and the inserters are placing into the gaps.
But once it fills up, it can stop it, which is weird. I don't know. Maybe it's because you're putting stuff into on a corner. Maybe I don't know.
Maybe the corner might be weird.
Likely, there used to be a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know if it's still a thing, but back in the day, it used to be a thing where you had less space on a corner, on an inside corner, and more space on an outside corner. So you still had the 8 items on the belt, but the lanes are different lengths. I thought they changed that because it became like a really weird sort of niche thing.
Do you want to do that with that belt?
I was going to say that would be an obvious solution.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing I've done is to... Oh, wretched. I'll change that at some point. Is I'm just going to do that to that, and that to there, to there, to there, to there. The other thing I've done is to say only place when they're in less than... Oh, what's going on now?
Maybe grab some just in case that's what's causing it, and see if that gets it flowing again. Just grab some off the belt.
224
There we go.
Yeah.
So now it's sort of apparently working.
Yeah, so I've also
sticks,
used certain conditions to basically say there's got to be at least 4 spaces somewhere on the belt before it'll put before the insert will work.
Okay.
So it should never completely back up. Which feels wrong.
Yeah.
It shouldn't.
I would be interested to see what happens if it doesn't have that. Because as I say, it works over for making the ethanol on Coconut Island. So turn it off and see.
I've left the thing there just in case. But sorry, go on.
Yeah, we'll try and come back in a few minutes and see if it's broken.
But the fish did that and got better, and that confuses me as well.
Maybe it's something like so.
The purple modules. Oh, sorry, go on.
Maybe it's something like Factorio specific of like the sizes of items, like how big they are. I don't know the sprites.
But all entities unit size.
Yeah, I would assume.
It's one of those things that doesn't feel right, but I don't know for sure. And I don't want to say no, it's not that, because I could be wrong, but it doesn't feel right. Well, we'll come back to it in a few minutes to see. So the purple modules we've got in the silos over here are these are overclock modules, which are basically productivity modules, but without the speed penalty. But they come with an enormous energy consumption penalty, plus 120%. So these rocket silos are using 1,400 times the amount of power. Sorry, 1,500 times the amount of power they would normally use. No, 15 times the amount of power they would normally use. 1,500%. So yeah, rather a lot. True, yes. If you do have a manual, you can at least tell people they should have read the manual if they ask why something doesn't work.
You mean the Linux way of doing things?
No. That's a good. Yeah. So yes, the I need to. Yes, that's a good point. I need to know about the efficiency of the. Oh yeah. That's weird. So, did you say there isn't a thing about the ethanol thrusters in here? I guess we'll have a look and see if we can find them.
What's interesting is that it's got up to a lot more items on the belt than it had before, when it was also full.
Right.
And that's really confusing me. So maybe it's a sort of weird technicality where there's technically 2 entities trying to occupy the same space or something?
Yeah, I have a vague feeling that I don't know whether it's a now or it's a previously or something like that, but there was a thing about the inserters being able to drop into a space and push other things that are in this space to the side, creating a bit, sort of nudging things back a little bit. If there was, but then you shouldn't have any funny-shaped gaps on the, funny-sized gaps on the belt, or maybe that's the problem. Maybe you've got some funny-shaped gaps on the belt, and that's what's causing it to have issues. And yeah, I don't know. It's a bit weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm stumped. So, well, Laurence is away.
Sorry, back again.
Yeah. Oh, no, never mind.
Nice try.
Well, you know, it took me a second to realise he'd gone away. I was going to ask chat what they thought of the build that you had on screen. I mean, in fairness, chat, what do you think of the build that Laurence used to have on screen?
This one. It's getting a bit dark. I'm going to turn the light on.
Yeah, that one. Whilst Laurence is away, turning the light on. There's like a 5-10 second lag, or 10 second or more lag for me.
Yeah, definitely a bit of stream lag.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily realise what's happening in timely manner.
Which is probably for the best. And usually when I wander off, I still have my headphones on, so I can tell I can hear you trying to cause trouble.
Yeah. But, you know.
That's quite entertaining. There's a tree in the middle of your pipeline over here that's blocking the pipe, but it doesn't matter because the ethanol is being fed through the machines further down. Further down, so everything is absolutely fine, even though the pipe is blocked.
Yeah, I do genuinely not know how that's. Oh no, I do know how that's happened because I went down and just went. Broop, and I just tried to place everything that would have gone no on those ones, and I just didn't notice.
Quick question, Laurence.
Yes.
About the now packed titanium plates, do we need to then request packed titanium plates instead of regular normal titanium plates?
Yes, absolutely. Also, who set the spaceship off again?
Genuinely not me. This time.
Okay. Oh,
Sir Patrick's.
Oh no, I know what. No, the Serenity. No, I know what it'll be. It'll be because it was left on. I think it might have been left on auto, so some fuel arrived, so it immediately set off. Okay, that might have been a my fault thing. So I'm going to fly it back to Norvis and actually try and finish it. But at least now it's got fuel and power, and it's going to be able to do things a little bit more competently. Actually, it's doing quite well at flying. Now that it hasn't got Mike tripling its speed for no apparent reason, it's just about. It's hanging on. It's coping with the number of rocks that are coming in surprisingly well. Having said that, all of the accumulators are about to empty, so maybe we'll stop thrusting for a moment. There we go, pause thrust. Yeah, okay. Famous last words there. That's interesting, because it was doing absolutely fine, and then when I started looking at it, and I guess it got shy. So these lasers have... Why are these lasers so short range? I mean, they're low power at the moment, but they've been generally not shooting at rocks until they get, like, that close. I don't entirely understand why they're not shooting at things at full range. It might be a power thing. Let's see what happens if the batteries are able to charge up a little bit. There's a big if there because we have very short power. Okay, maybe they are shooting at things at rocks at full range. All right, maybe it's probably just the power problem then that I'm seeing.
Okay, so I am in the market for another job. For this is basically now rate limited by imports.
Rid of that.
Right. I had something, but I can't remember what it was.
I can give you a Norwegian job, and I'll take the next Pelagos mod.
Yeah, right. What do you need to do on Norvis?
Yeah, side channel.
Yeah, sure.
Right, so there we go. We've now got some power going into the accumulators. So I guess that means it's going to be okay to set the ship actually flying again. And we'll keep an eye on this now. So we should have that sort of range on the lasers on the front. So we'll see what happens when the rocks start to reappear. Or maybe we're actually close enough to Norvis now that the rocks aren't going to appear particularly. We'll find out. Oh, no, the rocks still are appearing. Okay, so yeah, we've got a decent amount of power in the accumulators, like they're full, and we've got some. So the lasers should laze quite happily. Let's see how this goes. Oh, true. Yeah, more laser damage would help as well. The thing that I was finding a bit puzzling is that this basic ship design works. We know this sort of weaponry design works because Mark made a couple of ships, the Gleber Import and Gleber Export, that are the front part of the ship is exactly the same. So I think it is just down to it not having anything like enough power. So if I bulk up the number of solar panels on the ship, then I think it should start working. But we'll see. We need to get back. Oh, we've got to Norvis now. Right, so from here I would like to pause thrust. There we go. We'll stop here. And then I'll put some more of these on like that and move all of this across one. Like that. No, across two. So put that there. I can pull those out. Put in some more solar like this. And this, there we go. That's a good healthy amount more solar, I feel. We'll see how it goes. I can have the engine there. That's fine. We'll get some more fuel up, I suppose, load the tanks up a bit more, and then try and decide when we're ready to go. It's true, yeah. The accumulators, yes, that's true. The accumulators up at the front are a little bit vulnerable. All right, tell you what, I'll put some walls in across the front to protect the accumulators, because why not? That's an easy defensive thing to have. Like that, and have the same on the other side. Ooh, same on the other side, like this. Not you, not you. There we go. That'll protect the accumulators a bit. So we've got plenty of lasers now to shoot the rocks, and it does look like they're absolutely fine when they're working. We've got a decent number of the solar panels on here, so that should keep it reasonably well powered. But actually, let's put another strip in down there and up there. Sure, that'll be fine. He says optimistically. We need another pile of solar panels to come up, which I think means the Foliac ship needs to come back again. Hopefully that's one that is doing continuous rounds, and so we'll get those sooner or later.
Yep.
Okay, good, thank you. So we'll get those up. That'll finish this section off, and we can still... we're still pulling in massive quantities of ethanol because the barrels are being steadily fed up here because we're not monitoring how much is in these tanks. I think I'm okay with that, though. So my next thought is that from what Talandar is saying, it sounds like... The ethanol engines are more efficient when they're not running flat out. If clean efficient thrust don't need for oxidizer, consumption is...
All engines are, aren't they?
Oh, maybe. It's efficiency. Oh, efficiency is 20% to 10%. So I guess it's if you're running at the low end of the thrust. So, but then how do you limit thrust? I mean, I know you can control by having pumps turning on and off based on the speed of the ship. But that isn't going to control for the amount of thrust. Thrust is just going to be on, full, or not.
No. Thrust is based on the amount that's in the engine.
Exactly. So you can control the speed of a ship by turning the pumps on and off to control the amount of fuel going to it. But as soon as we turn the pump on, the engine is then going to fill up with fuel and go flat out, and therefore be inefficient. Scroll down to the graph. Oh, I see. Yes, thruster performance curves. Thrust, efficiency, fluid usage. Right. Okay. So you get maximum thrust when filled to whatever level. You get maximum efficiency when up to about 10 to 10%. So if we could fill the thruster up to 10%, that'd be perfect. I don't think you can connect you can't connect a cable to a thruster though. So I guess you could have a pump that's turned on and off on a sort of at high speed, but I don't like that idea because it's not a closed loop feedback system. Then the efficiency is only halved, but then I don't like halving the efficiency. I don't know. I don't know how to do this nicely. Because as I say, we could have a pump in here. Yeah, but the problem is the problem is the option is there for it to have different levels of efficiency. So I want to make it run efficiently if I possibly can, but it's just not going to work. Or rather, I can't see how to do it. Oh, you might be right, Quagor, that it's better than an efficiency. So it goes from the orange line is efficiency. It goes from 20% efficient when at 10% or below, down to 10% efficient when it's 80% or above. Whereas a normal thruster, you go from 100% efficiency at 3% to 50% efficiency at 80%. So it's pretty similar. The efficiency halves from 10% to there. So maybe I should just not care and let it thrust as hard as it wants, if you'll pardon the expression. So at the moment we are currently filling this up to completely full. When we get one more load of, let's just send it off like this. Actually, let's have a look at the numbers. So we've got how many laser turrets at this point have we got? We've got 44 laser turrets, and they can potentially use 5 megawatts each. So that's 220 megawatts absolute maximum power. Maximum power generation in Norbit is about a third of that. However, I don't think more than a third of the lasers ever really fire at once. So that's probably okay. Especially with the accumulators to soften the abuse a little bit. Let's put some more accumulators in, just because that seems like a good idea to help balance it out a bit, like that, and that. Because I feel like it would be nice to make this work without having to put a nuclear power plant on it. Let's just go and see how this. Okay, we've got one more accumulator coming up. Great. Fine, whatever. I just want to set this off and find out what it's like with the how far it can get on 2 tanks of fuel with 1 engine, and whether there is actually a power problem with it or not. Yeah, first 3 rows firing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that would be only a third of them. So that's probably going to be all right. We are loaded up. We've got some ethanol. We've got some more barrels of ethanol. Got loads and loads of everything on here. We don't need most of this stuff, but yeah, we're pretty good. So let's fly over to Pelagos and see how we get on. So, oh yeah, we're still waiting for that accumulator to arrive. In that case, let's put a little bit more wall around the front of them while I'm waiting. There we go. Lovely, nice and protected. Come on, Norvis, what are you playing at? But oh, okay, there it is. Right, so we've got the accumulator, so we can set off. Also, on the way, I wanted to change that to be not titanium plate. I want it to be titanium, boxes of titanium plates, which is that one, and that's 2. That's a rocket capacity. So I want 20 of these. So that's 2 rockets worth, I think. Okay, so
Zephyr, just out of interest, what's your plan with all the Spidertrons?
All the Spidertrons? What do you mean all the Spidertrons?
Yeah,
there are barely
like all
any.
the 20 or 30 you had.
There are barely any. What do you mean?
Different people have different definitions of
the
what's
others
a spider.
disappeared, so I'm wondering where to.
No. You know, there's nothing to see here, Mark. It's okay.
Which planet are you looking at?
Novice here.
He was looking at Novice, but not anymore.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay, so that is it.
So I had a request for Spidertrons for, I think, the Edward James Olmos that is taking them to Castra. And all of a sudden, the Edward James Olmos is not delivering stuff. It's because we have used Spidertrons there, and it wouldn't leave Novice, and I had fucked up the logistics. But I realized that I need to have some Spidertrons provided to Castra, or because it has it on the request list, and if we want them and need them, they should be available.
Okay. Gotcha.
So that means that any ship that now wants to request Spidertrons will get them, and they will get the ones that have a few upgrades as well. So you won't get naked Spidertrons. So I'm basically.
How do you make the request for that? Could you set it up for on the line, so we have like, I don't know, like 5 or something?
Well, it's super simple. So I'm only requesting Spidertrons, and the only Spidertrons available to the logistics network are the already dressed Spidertrons.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'll add a few to the line. That's good, I think.
Yeah.
Right, so this is working fine, but it's a very, very slow ship. It's only going at 81 kilometers a second. That's kind of pathetic. So, I mean, yes, it technically works, but it needs more thrusters at the bottom. So that's a good start. I mean, this is how what's the term? Iterating over designs works. It does seem to be dealing quite happily with all of the rocks coming in. We are holding the accumulators at 100% charge, so that's good. This is just working. I think I would be happy to make this go twice as fast. Problem is, twice as fast means it's going to be asymmetrical, but and also I won't have room for all of my solar panels. So we'll have a bit of a fiddle with that in a second. Yeah, so yes, regular thrusters consume a lot of fuel if you just pump them full all the time. But that's the same question of how do you keep them at 10% full if you want to go for maximum efficiency. And the answer is, with normal ships is that you generally don't care because you're grabbing rocks out of space and turning them into fuel. This one is attempting to use a limited fuel supply, and therefore it'd be nice if it was a little bit more efficient. I don't know if that's going to be realistic. And also, if I do have it running at 10%. 10% capacity, then it's going to be producing 20% of the thrust, so it'll be even slower, and I don't want that. So I think the answer to this is going to be just to expand this and put a lot more, have a lot more thrusters. And by a lot more, I mean probably 2 more. So let's start pulling some of these. Actually, no. I could stop at Gleba. No, let's just start rebuilding it on the fly. What could possibly go wrong? We'll put in an extra row of solar down the side here because we're clearly going to need more of that. And I'll remove a chunk of that. We'll put in a second engine there and link it up like this. Ooh, like that. There we go. So now we can go twice as fast. Let's keep an eye on how things are going up here. The accumulators are still staying full. They're blowing up rocks nice and quickly and easily. I think that's okay. The only problem is that having 2 engines looks very unbalanced, and I don't like it. It is going to be using up fuel twice as fast, but that's okay because the ship should be going, probably not twice as fast, but it's going to be going a bit quicker, so probably all right. And there we go. We've passed Gleba, and so we've used these. What was it? 60 barrels, or no, 80 barrels of fuel apparently that were in there, and about 8,000 from here. So we are getting through the fuel at a bit of a rate, but not too horrendous. Be interesting to see how much it's got by the time it gets to Pelagos. And I would quite like to put in a 3rd engine, but I'm not sure I feel safe doing that. I may have to just rebalance these to look symmetrical with 2 engines. That said, the rocks are getting blown up pretty quickly. We still have full accumulator charge. Let's squeeze in a 3rd engine and see how badly it goes. That won't fit in there, will it? I need to take out 2 rows of solar. And I think that's going to mean I'm going to need to put in quite a bit more solar down the outside because I have removed quite a lot from the ship. So I'll put in another couple of rows like that, and that, and that. The question now is, are we going to get any rocks sneaking past and hitting the ship on the exposed solar panels? And it is possible, unfortunately. Now these ones down here should help quite a bit for that. I think it's probably going to be all right, but I'm not absolutely certain. The rocks are getting thicker. The energy usage the accumulator capacity is dropping, but I think part of that might be because I removed quite a lot of the solar panels before. I could make the tail at the bottom here quite a bit longer, like this. Oop, not like that. Not like that. No. I've run out. Okay, fine. But we'll get some more when we get back to Norvis. So this seems to be approximately okay. We're oh no, we have run out of accumulator power. This is borderline okay. I think 2 engines is probably the right number for this ship. So once we got to Pelagos, which we have now, I think I'm going to drop this down to 2 engines and call that a sensible speed. I didn't see how fast it was going when it had 2 engines though, so I should probably check that. So let's turn you off for a moment, and let's pull up all of this, and then put in 2 engines. That'd be there and there. I think that feels symmetrical.
Mark.
Yes.
There we go. Alright, so we can now request all of these things. So there's no decomposition science packs here, apparently. They've probably all been taken away by the other ship. We can start requesting these again. Import from, where am I? Pelagos. Where's Pelagos? Foliex. Pelagos, that one. And I guess I could link up to here and say only leave when the tanks are full. That's probably a sensible thing to do as well. So let's that. And then up here I can stick in a add weight condition. I want to say circuit condition of ethanol. That's this one. No, not that one. Ethanol is in here. So that one. Ethanol. I knew it was blue. Is greater than or equal to. I'll set it to 49,000, just for round numberish reasons. We are dropping pipes for some reason. That's a weird. That's fine. No, actually, it's not really fine. I'm not sure I want them. So we shouldn't be unloading at Pelagos. We'll turn that off so it doesn't happen again. There we go. So we've got the titanium. That's arrived. We've got some barrels of ethanol on their way, and got some calciners on their way. 10 at a time. That's going to take a while, but never mind. Okay, this is probably going to be all right. I think with 2 engines, that's a sensible speed for the ship to be doing. And we'll stop calling it a Serenity because, to be honest, it's turned into a Y-wing, and that feels like a much better name for this particular ship now. So we'll call it the. Also, it's less named less like Mike's ship as well, so that's would be much better this way. True, having a pump connected to the accumulators would make a certain amount of sense. That maybe I should do that so it slows down when the batteries go flat. Although I think if the batteries have gone flat, it's probably too. I could have it turn off at 50%. Stop pumping at 50%, I suppose. The big problem with trying to control ship speed in space exploration, in my space age, in my very, very limited experience, I didn't really try and control the speed, is that there's so much latency between a pump stopping running and then the engines running out of fuel that it doesn't really control the ship speed very well. You get these enormous swings up and down, and it doesn't really work, I don't think, in my limited experience.
Just realised that vacuum boilers need fuel to run. Oh, that's made me sad.
Board Easy's being cheeky.
I mean, in fairness, I'm just now reading back, watching the...
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not wrong, though.
Yeah, I sort of like the idea of throttling thrusters to make them more efficient. I like the idea, but I don't like any of the implementations because you don't have any good. There isn't a good control over it apart from setting up a pulse system or pulse width modulation system on your pumps and having them running 10% of the time or whatever the magic number turns out to be to keep the thrusters running at the appropriate efficiency level. So I don't like open feedback loops where you're just going, yeah, this will be about the right number, we'll set it there, and it'll probably have 10% in there. So but yeah, so I don't like that sort of feel, but I might be stuck with it. But it may well be the only way to do it with the systems we've got available to us. So I think we'll just use twice as much fuel. It's fine. I don't know why we're not getting more barrels coming up. Not enough to fill a rocket, apparently. Let's have a look at Pelagos. Why are there not enough barrels to fill a rocket? Okay, we're still just filling them up. In fact, that's going to need to be a lot more. I think I will just completely fill this box up. Because we're going to need quite a lot of ethanol to fuel the spaceship. There we go, it's ready to launch again. Lovely. So the other question is, how is the ethanol supply over here holding up? And well, we're down to 8.3 out of 25,000, also known as 33%. So it's doing okay. 83. What's that in total? That comes to a total of 222. Okay, so we're not calling for another shipload yet, so that's probably all right. I do worry slightly that in the time it takes a ship to get from here to here, we may well have ripped through all of it, and that might cause problems and might make me very sad. But I guess we'll just keep watching and see how it gets on. Okay, so pump with a combinator select. So yeah, it probably does work fine, but I still don't like it as a way of doing things. Still, it could be interesting to set up. We're the wrong planet at the moment. Getting combinators brought up here is going to be difficult because there aren't any on Pelagos because it's all very, very electrical. So maybe I'll set that back up when we get back over to Norvis. Could do it now is in theory, I suppose. So let's put in a pump here. And then let's see how long it takes me to remember how to do a counter. So I want I want an arithmetic combinator to be my actual counter. Can I do? I'm trying to remember what you can do with these things. Can with it actually decider combinators are fairly clever, aren't they? So if I put a decider combinator here, we've got one of those. Neat. So if we say if a signal, what should we use a signal? If green square is less than 10, then I want to output one green square and yeah, like that. And then if I connect that to there and then that's to there, what happens? No, I need something to. I need to also pass it through. Oh, input count. There we go. That's what I want. No, because we're still only getting the one coming out and going back in the other side. So I need to always feed in one green square as well. Do I have another one of these? Probably. Yes. There we go. If green square is equals 0, which it will, then output 1 green square. So if I now then connect that to there, this should. Yeah, there we go. It's counting up to 10, and then over here we say enable when green square equals 1, and that should now enable and disable frequently. Okay, Quaker, I'll take a look at it later. Seems fair. Okay, so once we get back to Norvis and we get a pump brought up, then that should start working. I'll need to remove some of these pipes from over here, but that's fine. How are you getting on? You're still waiting for more barrels to come up. The empty barrels will be dumped when we get back to Norvis. That's fine. Waiting for science packs as well, and we're waiting for calciners. So I've got 100, asking for 100 of those. We've got 5 rocket loads, and it's still accumulating. I use a tank on the other side to buffer it, like that. Okay. I think the problem with putting a tank on the other side is whenever the ship stops somewhere like this, the tank will fill up, and 25,000 fluid is going to be about enough to. I suppose I could then add in extra controls here to make so when the ship is stopped, it doesn't pass any signals through, but. At least this way we'll only have to burn through a few hundred of what's in these pipes. Yeah, I think we'll call that good enough. Let's send the ship on another round trip. Let's go back to Norvis. We'll get everything built up, and we can drop some of this stuff off. Some of this stuff off over there as well. Oh, and limit the tank. Yeah, true. Oh, we're waiting for something to come up, are we? Here we are. I suppose, yes, you could have the pump limit, or possibly even another pump to limit the amount going into the tank. That's true. We have gold tanks, which are a bit smaller. Now, the thrusters... Oh, these thrusters, they've got 2,000 ethanol in them. That's a lot of fuel. Oh, disconnect from the network when stopped. Yeah, that could work, I guess. Yeah, so you put in an extra couple of pumps here and here, and have them disconnect when the ship stopped. That would work. Or I was going to say, or I could feed in another signal into here and tell this to only run, but no, that would mean this would. If I turned off the output here, this would freeze, and if it happened to freeze at 1, then we'd fill up the whole. Then the system would carry on being fueled. Yes, you're quite right, Zalas. This is a let's try some numbers and find out how much fuel goes into the system. Because, as I say, I can't get there's no feedback system from the engines, so you just have to go, yeah, let's throw an arbitrary amount of fuel at them and see what happens. And then if it's the wrong amount, then you have to tweak the numbers. It's very, very manual, and I don't like that. Which is why I was saying I would like to have closed loop feedback, so I can connect something up to the thrusters that says how much fuel have we got in this thruster? Oh, it's at 10%. We'll pump some more in. Oh, it's at 20%. We'll stop pumping. But you can't do that. It's not a thing. The other thing actually that occurs to me is I'm going to need a lot more thrusters if this works, and then I'm going to need to change the numbers on here and all. It's fiddly and manual and not very nice, but oh well. Why are you not leaving? Why is this calcinated rocket has been on its way up for about forever? I'm trying to leave. Can we go, please? I mean, I know there's 5 on the way, but we're trying to leave, so there shouldn't be any more rockets being launched. We should be able to go. Hey, yes, the rocket engine needs a carburetor. That would help. There we go. So we've got something. Can we go now, please? No, there's another 5 on the way. I don't understand why it's launching more when the ship is trying to leave. I understand that you have to wait for I understand that if a rocket is on its way, you have to wait for the rocket to arrive before you can leave. That's fine. But I don't understand why why the planet is still launching more after this ship has signalled that it wants to go. That's a bit weird. Also, it's taking a very long time for these rockets to arrive. Is Pelagos bigger than it looks? Ah, here we go.
It's launching another one now. It's presumably because the ship is still there when it's built the next one.
Actually, I shouldn't have done that. I should have left that in there and just deactivated the section. Let's put it back, because otherwise I will forget. And also forget how many it was. The undo function in Factorio is fantastic, except it doesn't work quite everywhere you want it to. So I'd like to be able to press Ctrl Z and get that back, because I can't find it. There it is. Turn that off. Right, so it's 5 on the way. We'll see that arrive in a moment or 10. I see what you're saying, Quagor. Yeah, we could potentially... I could have another tank over here somewhere. Right, here we go. Yes, I could have another tank over here and control pumping into it, but that wouldn't... I don't think that would work, because if I take this out, for example, we'll drain this pipe. Yes, the pipe is draining as the fuel is being slurped into the thrusters. Fine, but the thrusters are staying absolutely full. So if you had a tank there and tried to keep the tank at 5% full or something like that, then yeah, sure, the tank would be kept at 5% full, but that's still enough to keep the thrusters at 100% full, because the fluid would still be being passed over into them. As it is, you see here the fuel in here is dropping. Eventually that'll get down to 0, and then we'll stop pumping it into and then the amount of fuel in the thrusters will start to go down. Okay, but yeah, it's exactly the same problem. If you have a tank with 50 in it, then it'll fill up. It'll have 50 in it, and then that 50 will go into the engine. So you'll have another 50 will go, another 50 will go, and so on. And so it'll keep pumping into there, and the engines will still fill up. That won't make any difference, I don't think. I could be wrong, but I don't think that'll help. I don't think that would work, Zalas. Again, the problem... Picture when the ship is stopped at a planet, it's not using any fuel out. The engines are not using any fuel. And so whatever system you have that's just letting the fuel dribble through is going to dribble enough through to fill them up completely. Now, I think that the answer to that is perhaps going to be turn it off when you're at a planet. Fair enough. But then but you still have the... I still think you're going to run into a problem if you try and keep the... engines at a certain level. then it's just going to. Sorry, if you try and keep the pipes at a certain level, even if that level's quite low, it's just going to keep sloshing into the engines, because the engines are not at the same level as the pipe. We've got 30% here now, and these are still completely full. Now, what I need to do is I need to look at this and go, okay, we're using 30 per second per engine, so we're using 60 per second, and a pump is capable of doing 1200 per second, and I want 60, so that's 50. That's 5%. So I want this to be running 5% of the time. So I need to set this to 20, and I think that should then pass through 60 per second. Oh, but I don't want it to be using 15 a second. I want it to be using half of that. So actually, this should be 40. It should be 20. At least for this number of thrusters, I think. We'll see how this goes when we actually get the thing in there. Right. So there we go. The pipe is now empty. So now we're starting to use up the fuel out of the engines, which means they're going to start generating. So once it drops below 80%, we should see the thrust dropping, but we should see the efficiency rising. This means we're going to potentially end up with a rather slow but rather efficient ship. Although then you put in more and more and more engines to make it. There we go. So the consumption is starting to decrease. The thrust is still the same. That's interesting, but the efficiency is climbing. Oh, there we go. Now the thrust has started to drop.
Saphir? Task completed. Saphir?
No, he's not listening to you apparently. Maybe he's run away.
Still in a side
He does that sometimes. No, he's not. He's in the
sorry, no, I was saying goodnight to the kid.
Okay.
Disgraceful. I mean, okay.
What's up?
Task completed.
Oh, all right. Well, in that case, I think we need everybody's attention here, and meet up on the main island of Pelagos. So if you guys could make it over here, please.
Busy faffing. Okay.
No.
Do you mean the main island? Given what I see over by Copper Island.
No, it's not. That is the main island.
All right.
It's just coppery bits of main island.
I have Mike. Where you at?
On my way.
I have tasked Mark with making a little race for us.
Okay.
So Mark, take it away.
Yeah. Justin, you're coming?
Yep, I'm flying down.
Just to fly up again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
basically, is this race going to involve cannons?
Maybe. So if you have a look here, you will see 5 galleons at the starting line. We are going a course counterclockwise, and you're not to cross power poles.
Oh, okay.
Yep, and we are doing 2 rounds, and we will we'll cross paths with some spitter or some local spitters or whatever they are called, and each ship has 20 cannonballs. And
are we expected to shoot each other?
I mean, that's totally up to you.
I would be amazed if that didn't happen.
So please follow along to the north along the power poles and grab a ship. Don't start yet.
Don't start, he says as Laurence drives off.
I have not driven off. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, it's a false start.
It isn't. Everyone's bowsprit is across the line.
Saphir?
Yeah, well, I was looking at the track while you were talking, and then all right, let's go, and everybody's already up there.
Wait, when you say don't cross the power poles...
Yes.
Don't cross the lines between. Don't cross the power lines.
Yeah, don't.
That's the limits of the track.
Cross the power lines. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, stick close to them?
Whatever you like.
There's a. You see, there's a
5.
top. Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Once had a false start.
I did.
Okay, maybe.
These ships are not very
That
tough.
won't be such a fast race.
This is. I see. Mark is.
That was your fault for not giving me room there, Tristan.
Oops.
Well,
Toot
that,
toot.
that didn't take long.
Maybe this should be a more pacifistic race.
Yes, yes.
Ah! Right, well, that went well.
Yeah.
I
and,
love
I
how
think
the galleons have sunk to the bottom and we can still see them here. I love it.
He does look like that, doesn't
That is quite a good effect, isn't it?
it? I would like to say that I won because I got the furthest.
Yeah.
I
Mark,
also
should I
like the way
drink
that
4 more?
Sophia started off and went like this. Yeah, I'm go. Oh, there's an island in the way.
I'll redesign the track because that seems a bit long with that. Ships are
No,
quite
it's
slow.
fine. It's fine.
I think the
We're moving at half
Would
speed.
it make sense to be
Yeah.
outside, and then it's a don't cross the line, the
It is-
power pole line, but you can get as close as you like?
It already is,
In the
Mike.
circuit.
Have you not noticed that there's a power pole line on the inside as well?
Yeah, but then you can like cut it. It doesn't matter in quotes.
Well, you can. No, there's the. No, it's absolutely fine. You basically you can't go. You have to stay south of it until you get to this island, and
Yeah,
then
and
from
then
that
you've got-
island, and then you can go wherever you like, but you
Yeah,
still
I
have to go
suppose.
around the north of that one,
Yeah.
of that area.
right.
So no, I think it's fine.
Yeah. Fine.
There aren't. I don't
It's
think
meant to be
there.
ripped up now. So.
I don't think there are any shortcuts. I was going to say you could sneak through the middle of the island here if you're feeling really, really brave, but you actually can't because it isn't a channel all the way through, and there are some belts at the bottom end of it, so you definitely can't. So
Oh, he's placing them. My dude is placing them here. No.
oh, Mark is removing the outer ones. Okay. I mean, that seems reasonably reasonable.
Being chased by all of the.
I feel like there's some music I should be playing here, but I'm not quite sure what it is.
Pirates of the Caribbean. Dum 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 dum.
Dun 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 dun. No, that wasn't what I was thinking. It was the Mark being chased by the lots of the little spittery guys.
The
I was
the
thinking
Benny Hill music, you mean?
I was just gonna say some sort of Benny Hill stuff.
yeah, but not quite. I want some sort of Pied Piper music if there is such a thing, but I don't know what that music would be. Oh, our ships are all ship shape.
Let's go for like
Mark's
more pacifistic, or I think we need a shorter route
Maybe
as
not
well.
shooting each other. Also, cannonballs shouldn't explode. Just saying.
I don't know. Maybe they've been filled with the appropriate types of spores.
Mike,
Hi.
I was gonna move them up a bit.
Yeah, and we'll move the start line as well.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I will
Tell you
give
what.
you
While you're
new
faffing around with that, I
control
shall
of
go
these.
back to my spaceship. I'm going to find it in my history of places I've looked at. What's it called now? The Y-wing. There we go. It is just floating in
give
deep
you
space.
these.
What are you doing?
There you go.
Where's Norvis? It's just not quite there. Oh, it ran out of fuel because I took the pipes out. Fair enough. It took this long to run out of fuel though, so that's quite interesting.
Here, start line here. You have the ships. Oh no, I have the ships.
No, I again to you.
Right, so
It
pull all
was
of that
pretty
out.
funny though.
Yeah.
We didn't know how powerful the cannons were.
No, that's as far as I'm aware, is the first time we've played with the cannons at all.
Yep.
Did you bring some cannonballs as well?
I did not. Sorry.
Okay, I'll fly that.
But we were not going to use them, no?
You can use them against the spitters if you want,
Yes.
Okay.
and there's a lot of them on the first corner. Oh, hang on, what's the route? Is it just circumnavigate
Just
the
around
islands?
that, yeah.
Oh, just the little one. Okay. So yeah, we might get some attention on the way around the first corner.
That's the idea.
Mike and I had the same idea there, I think.
You
much,
just planted yourself in the best.
On a certain
No.
yeah.
Maybe we should start a little bit further back.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Right.
Don't make me use my cannons.
I would never.
If I fill a ship up with stone, do you think it'll move more slowly?
I feel it ought to. I mean, it won't, but that's not the point.
Yeah,
Now we're ruining Mark's setup here.
we are. Would you expect anything less, to be fair?
Yeah. I always expect less of us, don't worry.
If we manage to make it to the race starts without somebody's ship getting blown up, I will be honestly quite surprised.
I like the way that someone, Laurence, put a load of stone in my ship.
I was hoping it was a bit of extra ballast would slow it down.
Oh, we can ram each other and do damage.
We can, yeah.
Yeah, that's how Sophia sank us.
Oh, was it?
Well,
okay.
no, I did shoot cannons, Tristan.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't like the fact that 3-point turning in these things is a thing.
Three-point turn in the sailing
we
ship.
need the rules of engagement here, Mark.
Yeah, not shooting at each other.
Okay.
What about
where are we
shooting
going?
near each other and accidental crossfire? And we're going. We're just going around the island to our south.
Yeah, just one round around the island here.
This,
So,
not
just
crossing
this
the pole
island, not the...
Yeah.
like this?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, like that.
Okay, so
Okay.
that-
Yeah,
Edge
yeah.
round.
Not crossing
Okay.
the pole poles, going
Right.
clockwise.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Gentle creaking noise of the.
It's very therapeutic, isn't it?
Don't do it again, Sophia. Your fault.
Not crossing the pole poles.
This time it was my fault, but
No,
I'm
it was the
intentionally.
There are pole poles. You don't see them?
Oh, they're invisible. Oh, I see. No.
Oh,
well.
yeah.
They're
there we go.
blueprints. Oh my god, these are powerful.
Just then. Sophia!
What?
Donkey.
Oh, it was
You
just collateral.
destroyed one of the pole poles and...
No, did I?
You did, yeah.
You did, yeah.
The
Axe. Kill the axe.
a race with vehicles that are all
The
exactly the
penalty
same speed is not the
one
most exciting.
cannonball on Sophia.
Will die.
I think he's penalised
Whoever
himself
wants
ever
to do
so
it.
slightly.
Mike.
Yes, in the lead.
Come on.
Yes, if you crash and explode, you have to respawn your ship. That seems reasonable.
I'm in the same one as Sophia.
Hey,
Ah!
I call shenanigans.
Cannonballs. I can't shoot, Mark.
Scupper the ship, Mike. Scupper it.
I can't.
Yay.
Oh, Mike won.
Robin's
He was.
control is...
What? I could
Robin's control is
no.
locked to the,
I
the
won.
driver.
No. Mike
Me,
won.
me.
He was in the you know, he was playing Titanic in the front of the ship, you know.
He was indeed in the first ship to cross the line. It's true.
I will
Yeah.
happily say that I was standing behind Laurence.
In the traditional King of the World pose. Ha!
Basically, yes.
Oh, you got me. Well, that was an entertaining diversion.
At least one ship that functions.
Yeah, I didn't have any cannon shells left.
All right. Where was I?
Mark, did you have a second race in mind as well?
No.
With the speedier ones?
That's not speedier. Them speed.
Oh, okay.
It depends how many exoskeletons you put in it.
Ah,
True, but you can shoot cannons.
True, cannons do make everything a lot more fun.
Oh.
Thank you for shooting.
Oh my god.
Oh,
What?
sorry.
That's a good message.
I don't approve. Especially as, yeah, you're going to have to bring me... Actually, no, I suppose there is boats to let me go and get the stuff. I was trying to fix a spaceship, or at least I was thinking about a spaceship and reading chat. Grumble, 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 grumble.
What's fun about this is that it's usually my job to kill you, Laurence, and now your wrath can be directed somewhere else.
I mean, it was just for science. It had to be tested.
Yeah, you know.
That's right.
I'll bring you the ship.
Oh, I was coming out with. I've picked up boat. I was going to come and collect it.
Okay.
You're using methane fuel.
It's true. It was what was there, and I think finding barrels of ethanol is going to be a little bit more difficult. So it would be faster, and I could steal them out of this ship, but that'd be bad. There's just methane in that one as well, so I can't. I could have gone down. Actually, maybe I should have gone south first and stolen and taken them out of the ships down that way. But oh well. Friends like these, who needs enemies, eh? Or seeing enemies. Friends like these, who needs to see an enemy?
How's it going here, Laurence?
I'm 800 meters away. Chuk, 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 chuk. So I'm reading chat.
I hopped in the boat with you for
oh, good. Maybe I should steal your armor.
Okay. No.
No, I won't. It's all right. I don't think. Actually, I think when you're in the boat, you're safe. But if you weren't in the boat, in theory, if you were still nearby, maybe I could have done. But
you missed your opportunity.
Any salvage rights? Yeah.
Also, if you steal it, then do I drown?
I don't. I feel like normally in Factorio, if you fall into somewhere where you aren't able to move properly, you just sort of land there and get stuck.
I think I think you'll get placed on the next surface, don't you?
Wasn't this tested at some point?
I think so, yeah.
All right, let's try it from here then. No, I can't get out. I can't get out of the boat. I don't know what would happen if I took my flying armor off because I don't have any. I'm also not quite at the right island, so let's carry on going this way. Right, so getting back to the end objective with the thrusters that I was playing around with before was to make sure we could get was to try and have 10% of the 10% of the fuel in the thruster. Sorry, the thruster's 10% full with fuel, so that they would run at the slightly higher efficiency, and then I can put more thrusters in order to get more. What do you mean can't inventory's full? Pick up the damn armor. So to have the more. How much steel is my character carrying? Oh, I can take that. The idea was to have a limited amount of fuel in the engines because then they're more efficient, and I could put in more engines to make the overall speed the same potentially, and then in theory the ship should be able to go just as far with on less fuel. The problem is in order to get the engines to 10% full, you need to have these pipes empty most of the time, and there isn't really a nice way to do that. So the theory is this pump here should, as you can see, the green light is kicking in for 1/40th of the time, and in theory that should be the right amount of fuel for these engines to use to keep them at the efficient level. Is that going to be the case? I don't really know. It's difficult to tell because there's no actual useful feedback loop. The people have been suggesting why didn't you have a tank on here that reports the amount of fuel back to the back to the pump here, and have this pump when there's less than say 50 in the tank. But I don't think that's going to work either. No, Quago, I don't think that's going to work. You're just going to end up with the tank with the engines filling up anyway. Because I'm prepared to try it actually. Let's give it a shot because I'm sort of curious as to whether it's going to work. So we put that there, and then I'll put in another pump here, and I'll rotate this one round to empty the pipes out. We'll link this one from there to there, and we'll tell this to pump whenever the ethanol is less than 50. Fine. Exactly, Stoopy. Yes, the tank won't work because the engines will fill up first. So I don't think it's going to work. Now, in theory, possibly you could imagine if you said no. I don't think this is going to work. But I've said I'm prepared to try it. So I will. Let's just have you enabled all the time. Let's drain these pipes first and drain the tank as well. Right. So that is as drained as they will get, and this pump will kick in from time to time as we. Yeah, like that, to try and keep this at 50. So we'll kill that again. So this will fill the tank up to 50. There we go. Let's fill the tank up to 50. Now, let's fly off. Let's go to Pelagos, because it is a silly place. So this tank is being kept at about as close to 50 as this pump can manage. Ideally, I'd like to disable this completely. So set that to be when that's equal to -1, so it won't run. That pump won't run at all now. So we're trying to keep this tank at 50. The pump does overshoot somewhat, but there we go. The thrusters are still completely full. That's not working. If I turn this round, then we'll start to drain fuel out of the thrusters. Let's turn this one round again and then set that back to 1. And so we're getting little bursts of fuel coming through here, and that's getting fed into the thrusters. And you can see the amount of fuel in them is slowly going down. And I think eventually this would get to the point where the thrusters are running at their most efficient. But it takes quite a long time to get there because there's a buffer of 1,000 of each in the thrusters. So potentially we should turn this pump off whenever the ship is stationary as well to get around that. You think? Okay, well let's try Quagor's solution again. So if we turn this one off again, so if I set that to -1, and then we turn this one round, so this one is still set to pump when less than 50, fine. So turn that round like that. There we go. So there's some fuel coming through. We're getting this up to about 50. And look, there we go. As I said, the engines are rapidly filling up with fuel. So they've now gone way outside their efficient area. So no is the short answer. That doesn't work. Sure, I can set a filter on that to something else, so they won't run. So it won't run. And then over here, I can set that one back to 1. You're quite right. Setting a filter is probably an easier way to do that. So this is working. You can see the fuel level going down, and my expectation is if I've got the numbers right, then when it gets down to about 10% or maybe 20%, whatever, there will be a level where it'll level out and it'll stay at about that sort of level. I don't think a longer clock would make any difference. Oh, sorry. Turn the webcam off and turn that square off. Right, so as it is, the thruster fuel level is gradually going down because there's not enough being fed through to keep the thrusters at full wasname. If I swap it over again to do what Quagor was suggesting, so if I set a filter over here to whatever that is, and then over here I clear that filter, then this is running whenever this is less than 50, and that's filling the tanks back up again, sorry, filling the engines back up again really quite quickly. So that does not work. This system does work, but you have to go in and guess the magic number in here to get the right amount of fuel to pass through. So as I say, now this... Oh, clear that as well. So now this is... They're going down, but relatively slowly. And I believe, if I've got my maths right, and there's no guarantee of that because I did just guess a little bit, if I've got my maths right, when this gets down to about 10-15%, the amount coming in and the amount going out should be about the same, and it should flatten out. But it's definitely not, it's not ideal. Also, as I say, I would need to have a thing in there to turn it off when the ship is stationary as well. I don't think that'll work, Quagor, but I'm prepared to give it a try. Okay, so let's set that to 1. Can't go any lower than that. Let's set that one to a filter to whatever that pink thing is, and turn that one off. Right, so there we go. We're pumping in a little bit at a time. 680, 690. Okay, that is going down slowly, to be fair. It's holding about steady. I think potentially, yeah, maybe if there were more thrusters, maybe that would work. I'm still not really convinced, to be honest. Yes, I think that's what I'm saying, Doopy. I think, yes, having it turn off when the ship is stopped is going to be the only way to stop these filling up when the ship is stopped. No, I don't like this idea. I don't think it works. I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to switch this back over to letting them. Well, I'm going to switch back to that design. However, yes, as we say, I do need to put in an additional pump. I think I'll move all of this down quite a long way when we arrive at Pelagos, and yeah, put in another... Do I want to put in more engines? Probably, if we're going to be running slowly. So I think we're doing a speed of 103 at the moment. Just out of curiosity, what speed does the Sir Patrick Stewart do? What will be a nice... So that's going at 400. This is a much faster ship. I don't know. Is that the goal? Should I be trying to have the ship go as fast? Because we have packs on here that spoil, it probably should be intended to be just as fast. Now I think this could go a little bit faster and still be okay, especially if I put more solar panels in, which I will when I move the engines down. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. And then I can put in an additional pump to only run when there's a shortage of... when the ship's not moving. Oh, we're doing a speed of 117 now, actually. It's sped up a bit, which is very interesting. Yeah, we can see the thrust level is going down over there, but the efficiency level is going up. So I'll go for 4 engines, see how that goes. And yeah, well, we'll find out, I suppose. Pelagos is largely finished. We've got all the things it's making being exported. Ooh, here we are. Right, so I'm going to turn pause that. Right, so we've got all the things that Pelagos is making being exported at the moment. But there might still be a little bit of faffing around and tidying up that we want to do with it before we actually leave. Right, so let's put this down here. Then I can put in an additional engine there and there. Run the pipes across the top. Like that. There we go. That's going to have some complaints in the middle, but never mind. We then want to have a second pump in here, I think. And we're going to connect that one up to the control system. Run a pipe down there. And then I really hope I've got enough flooring to do this. We shall find out. So far, so good. We'll leave that for a moment to try and work out what it's doing. Now I need to run... And it's just building it one piece at a time, which is utterly ridiculous. We've got 15 pieces left. I'm not convinced that's going to be enough. I think I might have to do something about this, like remove that and that and that and that, just to create a bit more. Eventually that'll finish off. Anyway, I need to get this this red cable from here to here, which is going to be rather difficult because I can't attach onto pipes. However, I am going to fill this area in the middle up with solar panels as much as I possibly can. And I think you can probably connect to solar panels. Nope, can't connect to You can't connect to solar panels at all? No. I guess in that case we'll put this pump up here instead. Which is a bit of a shame because there's going to be quite a lot of fuel stored in this pipe. But still, it's better than it would have been otherwise. And then we'll link that to there like that. And we'll tell this to read speed as a V, fine.
Sorry
and
to
we want this to pump if...
Mark, we got an issue here with nutrients not being made properly.
I'll have a look.
V is greater than 0. And we'll put in some more of these so we can defend the ship better. Okay, so we've got that one. That one will pump when it will keep this pipe full when the ship is actually moving, and then we've got this one down here that will keep this pipe. We'll put a little bit into this pipe when the ship is not moving. How are we doing with stuff that's being brought up? We're not, because it's set to not be brought up at the moment. How much fuel have we got left? Because we've got quite a lot. Okay, so the ship does seem to be quite fuel efficient, which is nice. We've managed to fly to Norvis and back, and we've only used 8,000. There might have been some left in barrels in here, actually, to be fair. But it's doing pretty well. I think it's going to easily be able to fly both ways in normal use without running out of fuel, especially if we start making it a little bit more efficient. Should have put these on the other side of that to balance, so I could balance out the solar panels, but never mind. Yes, a lot of fuel in the pipes as well is an annoyance. Yes, yes.
The Sir Patrick Stewart is now doing the same runs basically as I'm imagining your Y-wing is doing.
It's not a Y-wing anymore, unfortunately. I'll have to redesign it. Okay, rename it.
Whatever the name is.
Yes.
So if you wanna maybe either use the Pelagos to Novice thing, what's it called, request name, and just copy it over, or set them up.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
But then we can remove the stuff from the Sir Patrick Stewart basically.
Yes. Pelagos to Novice.
And it will be available for other tasks.
So now I don't need any of these things. Oh, we've only got 10 of those. Alright, we'll get rid of that, and that, and that, and that. There we go. Cool.
But yeah, feel free to adjust these as you see fit.
Yeah, we'll do. No,
numbers.
Seems okay. Okay, let's fly. Let's go off for another flight and find whenever we can. Whenever the this next pile of ethanol barrels arrive, and we'll see how the system works. So at the moment, yeah, there we go. We've drained this pipe now into the engine, so they're all at about a third to a half full. And so once we start moving, we'll fill this pipe back up again, and then we'll trickle it through from here as we've seen before. And I think that, with any luck, that'll keep things working reasonably sensibly, but we'll find out. And we could have another system that says don't pump into here. Well, no, I think that's getting silly. Yes, there is quite a lot of fuel in the pipes. That's why these have some in them, really, and that's why these two are full up to over a half. But that's kind of okay. It's something we're going to have to deal with. Unless I suppose ideally I'd move all of this further down and I'd string the signal down here some other way, or at the very least I'd have this pump down at the bottom. There would still be whatever fuel had made it into this pipe, but I think that would probably be okay. If we could actually leave, that'd be very much appreciated. And I'm still getting these things up. Turn that off. I just want to go and see if my ship works. See if it's ship shape. Nope, there's still... Novice? There must still be something on its way up. What are we waiting for? Presumably there is a rocket on its way up, and that's why we haven't left, but I didn't think it filled rockets up that quickly. Or request. Okay, so get. Right. Okay, there was something. Oh, it's because more barrels arriving. Right, so go to Novice. Off we go. Right, finally. So, now, as we see down here, this pipe is filled up because we are moving. This pipe is still basically empty because the control system is only dribbling it through. The carburetor is only dribbling it through. We can see there's about 300 and something in here. So our efficiency is now up at 17% instead of the 10% we had before. 17, 16, 15 and a half, 16. So the amount of fuel should be going down until it hits whatever the equilibrium point is. I suspect, having put in 2 additional thrusters, I'm going to need to change this number to 40. Sorry, to 20 rather than 40. But we'll see. Yeah, no, the ship doesn't leave when the rocket arrives and stuff, because another rocket launches and it still doesn't leave. But I can enable them now. That's all right. But yeah, it wasn't before, and I was getting mildly irritated by it. So over here, how are we doing? We're at.
We removed the disco lasers thing, right?
Yes.
Yep.
That's why all
the
lasers have lost their circuit conditions.
Oh, right.
What? Oh, were there some on the ship with them?
Oh yeah.
Ah, okay. I checked the ones over by the biter farm area because I thought I remembered you'd done something with them, and I thought it was there. So I checked that, and they were just filtered. So I thought it was fine.
No matter. I will go through all the ships and reset all of the circuits.
So this does seem to be working. The amount my concern is that I haven't got the number in here. I haven't got this magic number correct. If I haven't, then potentially these engines could just carry on. The amount of fuel in these engines could carry on ticking down and down and down and down, or it might be absolutely fine. And this might be, I might have got close enough to the magic number that it's just going to work, and they'll sit nicely at about 20%. No, 10%. Was it 10% for maximum efficiency, wasn't it? Yeah, so at 10% you'll get 20% efficiency. It's still going to be slow as anything because we're only going to get 20% thrust. So probably this is going to need more engines across the back of it, which means then I'll need to have a higher number, again a smaller number in here. In fact, let's put in an additional 2 engines because why not? I'd like to have more engines. I'd like the ship to be a little bit faster than it currently is. There we go, that's one of them. Nope, we've run out of landfill, not landfill, flat foundation. Skim that out and that out. And I'll try and keep it symmetrical, so I'll pull out that and that. Right, so we've got another 2 engines that kicked in. These are at almost nothing, so we're not going to get very much thrust out of these guys. Actually, that said, we're getting half the amount of thrust out of these that we are out of these ones. So it's not doing too badly. We're still getting 20 meganewtons out of these and 40 meganewtons out of these, even though these are at almost no fuel and these are at 40% fuel. So, I don't know. It all seems to be make it up as you go along, the numbers don't matter. Yeah, and we're still doing about just over 100 kilometers a second. That hasn't changed, despite me putting an extra 2 engines on. However, that's probably because the amount of thrust coming out of these engines is gradually dribbling downwards, and the amounts coming out of these isn't enough to bump it up. I don't really know. This is a very, very strange balancing act. I think it's going to need more engines to get a decent speed. But it is presumably very, very efficient at the moment. So, yeah. So what's the maximum thrust you can get out of one of these guys? If we fed it all of the fuel, if the thrust would go up from 20%, we get 5 times as much thrust out. So I reckon we get. Oh, I see. So you are. No, if it's 20% full, you always get 20% thrust. That's 20 meganewtons we're seeing. So if I had them, so when I had 2 of them fully fueled, I was getting 200 meganewtons, and now I'm getting 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 1.2. Sorry, 1,220. Yeah, 120. Sorry, it's really hot. My brain can't maths when it's too hot. It's like a computer, it overheats.
Mark, quick question.
Yes.
The unmating of the titanium plates, do you have a specific place for that, or can I add something?
Are we going to be making unboxing videos? Do I have more engines left? Yes, got 4 more. Okay, well let's just go nuts and have all of them.
Here.
No, those are titanium barrels for the ethanol.
Yes.
We're shipping titanium plates as is as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But those are in crates.
Oh.
And they need to be unpacked.
I would add a tier, probably.
Okay.
More of that.
I found a weird side effect of the split logistics system. Over here, we're requesting science packs because there are bots coming over to the green chest to pick up science packs, which means we have a negative amount. Which means that the requester chests requests them, I think. So the signal coming from over here, I think, needs to be sanitized to remove negatives.
Why are we requesting negative science packs?
Because we have we're requesting positive science packs because we're excluding what we have in the logistics system from our request, and we have a negative number in the logistics system.
Is this for
Because
all
lots of
science
people
packs or
know.
only a certain subset?
Only the
of
two
them?
that are currently being passed through, because they're there and being picked up by bots.
I will look deeper into that.
I think it's
And
just sanitize.
And I
that.
will.
We must go derper, as the saying goes.
Yeah. I mean, we can. Yeah, but we can. I will look into it.
Okay.
Right. Yay, flooring. So this should now... Oh. Will immediately depart, apparently. Fine. I mean, that's okay and sort of expected, I guess. And build the ship en route, because that's apparently how we roll. So, the new engines have got approximately no ethanol, but they do still have some, and that means they magically produce 19, but they don't naturally produce 20 megajoules, so that's fine. They are just about getting enough to keep them running. Those numbers are not zero. There's one over here coughing a little bit. It's struggling to get started. Okay, fine. Right, we might be getting down to the point where we don't quite have enough fuel here. Which is, to be fair, was the objective of what we were trying to do. We wanted to get down to not having enough so we can then start to dribble it through and actually get enough through. At the moment, this is not sufficient. So let's drop this down to 30 and see how that goes. So this will be an extra quarter. Ooh, suddenly, yes, there we go. Suddenly we've got enough, you see. The engine over here has some fuel in it, and the number is actually going up. Maybe 30 was too big a number. I don't really know. That one's going up as well. The ones in the middle, these are the ones that got too much. That's still going down very, very slowly. So I would expect these to get down. The ideal is for everything to sort of hover at around 100 of the 1,000. Actually, no, the ideal is for everything to just be steady at whatever it's... so these are now going up, which means we're letting a bit too much fuel through. So let's set this to 35. And this is what I meant about this being very, very iterative. You have to go in and fiddle with the numbers constantly until you start to see the numbers, until you see the amount of fuel in the engines holding basically steady. This is pretty steady, although it is still going up slightly. So 40 was too low. Actually, I'm tempted to set it back to 40 again and see what happens. This should be too low. We should start to see the numbers, even in the end engines, going down. But it's not. That's holding pretty steady. But we're now getting the 20% efficiency, and we're getting a speed of 126, which is granted much, much slower than the previous ship that was doing this. In fact, it's about a quarter of the speed that the previous ship was doing, which isn't amazing because it'd be nice to get the decomposing science packs over as quickly as possible. However, it has demonstrated the effectiveness of throttling back, and we've got a system that works for this. I don't like this for Pelagos because it's got science packs that decompose, but then I wouldn't like it it wouldn't be so good for other planets either because they have because they wouldn't have the supply of ethanol available. So it's a tricky one. Regular thrusters might benefit more from regulating fuel, but it tends to be with... I've never found fuel to be a problem with regular thrusters because you're gathering all the rocks from space that you're then turning into massive quantities of fuel and oxidizer, so it's not an issue. It's only because we're trying to carry enough fuel to do the trip and we're making it on planet that this becomes a thing worth thinking about. Now, in this particular case, we do have plenty of fuel. I can't actually tell how much fuel we've used because it's... because I had some barrels up here. Well, I might be able to tell from the production graph.
Yeah, Tristan, I added
no,
a filter there to remove anything that's negative.
Oh.
Over here.
Yeah, it's not telling me how many items I'm using up over here, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah. True, the fuel system can be smaller, but then when we look at one of our ships, how big is the fuel system on this ship? Let's find out. Okay, there's lots of tanks down here storing. So we could make that a bit smaller if we're using less fuel, sure. But where even is he? Oh, Okay, there are a lot of machines up here producing the fuel in the oxidizer. So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that would benefit from being smaller. But I don't think the differences are as big as you're saying. So this is a platinum thruster, so it's different from the vanilla one. But what is it? That's fuel usage.
Zephyr, which rocket to use to
Efficiency,
leave
here
the
we
ship? The planet?
The planet hopper by
Where is
the cargo landing pad.
Ah, gotcha.
Okay, so this one, the platinum thrusters are 3 times. Or actually, they're more efficient when you run them at full of fuel. So these are different again. These ones are if you run it full of fuel, then you get more oomph for your shove. But so let's have a look at the vanilla one. The vanilla one, here we go. The efficiency drops off, so that goes from 100% efficient to 50% efficient when it's completely full. So you're saying a 20th is wrong, straight up wrong. I'm afraid your efficiency is only double if you run the engines at 10% full, but that takes your thrust down to 10% instead of 200%. So I don't think that's worth it. Sorry, no, it takes your fuel usage up. It takes your thrust down to 10% instead of 100%. So you're halving the amount of fuel you use. But you'd need to have 10 times as many engines. So that's probably where your 1 to 20s come from. So for the same number of engines, yes, you will only need a 20th of the amount of fuel production. However, you'll be getting 10% of the thrust that you would. So you'll need to have so your 20 engines across the back of your ship that are running at 10% fuel level for maximum efficiency are producing the same amount of thrust as 2 engines running at full minimum efficiency but full thrust. So yeah, you're only using you're halving the amount of fuel you're using. You're not dividing it by 20. If we look up here, so up here, yes, if we had 10 times as many engines on the back of here, which we can't because it's full, then we could have half as many machines up here. So yes, you're theoretically sort of right in that it would be more efficient. However, for having a ship going at the same speed, you would halve the amount of fuel you use. If you want to reduce your fuel usage, then you can go slower by having fewer engines. So yes, that's true. You can, but okay. With quality upgrades, there's more of a difference. That's interesting. So let's have a look at that then, because that I did not check into. I don't know how to see that, unfortunately. I can't say show me the graphs for a higher quality engine. I don't think. Oh, thank you for the follow, Duck. Much appreciated. Talandar, efficiency literally is fuel usage. Well, fuel usage per amount of thrust you get. So, no. I've no idea what you're saying by look at fluids, not items, MA. Oh, you meant on the production graph. Yes, but it also still wasn't enormously helpful. I wanted to know how many barrels I'd used up in order to get the amount of fuel in order to top up the tanks, because that affects how much. Yeah, I wanted to know how many barrels we'd used up from here to top the tanks up, because that would give me an idea of how much fuel we'd used on the journey. So now this is here waiting for the decomposition science packs. We don't want to wait for 6,000 decomposition science packs. They'll have rotted by the time they arrive. Who set this up? How did that ever... What? Was that you? Sophia, did you set up the Sir Patrick Stewart?
Yeah.
Because it was requesting 6,000 decomposition science packs. And if you said
I don't think it was me who added
I
the
set that
science
up.
packs
Oh,
in
okay.
the beginning.
Yeah, we're not going to get that many before it rots.
Nope. But that's why I had a condition to leave when you have
Oh, okay.
equal or more than 1,000.
Ah, I see. Okay. All right, I'll add that in as well then and set it back.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I removed that because I just sent the Sir Patrick Stewart back.
So we want for a satisfied, or what am I looking for? Item count. There we go. Or item count. What are we looking for? Science packs. Decomposition science is that one. is greater than or equal to 1,000.
I feel that I am crazy.
Yeah, can confirm.
Because we need the diesel assembling machines in order to unpack the cargo crates.
Ooh, that's nice.
Okay.
So we will have to also export the diesel assembling machines because we don't have sealant on Novice. Maybe we could make sealant.
Mm.
Do we have a fuel source for them?
I think they'll run off any hydrocarbons, so presumably we could run them off petroleum gas, light oil, heavy oil.
Yeah.
Okay, presumably.
Yeah. I was thinking we can run them off light oil because we have that in the mall anyways. So
that's a nice easy answer then. And I think certainly with the flamethrowers, the light oil is the most efficient one to use, so it would probably work quite well. The same may be true here. I'm not quite sure.
I vaguely recall that noticing that ethanol might have been better, or something from Pelagos was better in the flamethrower turrets.
Okay, but okay, of the things we've got available in Novice, anyway. Yes.
Yeah.
No, efficiency is basically fuel usage. It's not quite the same, but it's basically efficiency. Efficiency is fuel usage for a given amount of thrust. So, if you have yeah, so my point stands that if that it's not a 20 times difference for the at least for the normal quality engines. The differences for other ones may well be different. Though. Yes, thrust is efficiency times fluid usage. Yes, that's correct. I think you've you've responded to something responded to part of something I said, which was wrong. It was wrong in. Would have been correct in context rather than yes. I'm aware that efficiency and fuel usage are not exactly the same thing, but they are strongly related. Anyway, yes. So this ship is working. I think we probably prefer it to be a little bit quicker, given that it's carrying the decomposition science packs. But there's still going to be a good half hour left on that one, and we probably don't have an enormous number of things to do from it. So it was interesting and different to play around with the ship using the ethanol thrusters. I'm not. This is working quite well. It does feel like it's hardly using up any of the fuel. Now that is mostly because it had a large quantity of tanks of ethanol on there before it left. Although actually it's still got the number it was requesting. I'm not
Laurence,
sure.
could you please request the diesel assembling machines?
Yeah, no problem. What sort of numbers do you want them in? 50 good enough at a time?
Yeah, let's start there and we can just adjust it later.
Okay.
I just want some.
Okay, I've stuck the request in. On the ship. I'm not done it anywhere else, so you're doing the rest of it. Okay.
I will take care of everything else.
Cool. Yeah, so the ethanol thrusters are different. I like the idea of the ship being sort of carrying its own fuel, like a real rocket would, rather than making it from random stuff it's finding in space. I'm finding this limitation here a little bit. The ship is a little bit slow. I'm kind of tempted to turn off the limiter on here. Let's just run that at full speed. Let the engines whack up to full capacity again. I'm curious as to see whether the lasers are going to be able to keep up or not. So I may end up doing some rather severe damage to the ship. But I'm curious to see whether it's going to be able to cope, and also curious to see what speed it's going to get up to as well. So we're now already at 270. I feel it's going to top out probably somewhere around 300, given the. Nope, it's okay. No, take it back. 276. So, given that ethanol isn't exactly expensive, and the power system is keeping up quite happily with, and the lasers are keeping up. They're destroying all the rocks that are coming towards them. I think I'm going to say, forget the efficiency. We've got plenty of ethanol. Oh no, we haven't. Suddenly half the tank's disappeared. That's interesting. Oh, because we've just put 1,000 into every single one of these engines. Sorry, 2,000 into every single one of these engines. That's why the tanks are suddenly drained. And we've got how many engines across the back now? 10 of them. So that was 10,000 gone. Fair enough. That's why that's dropped so suddenly. I'm kind of okay with that, I think. Let's let it run again, and we have the option, should we decide we need it, of turning this system back over to efficient mode if we decide it's not going. It's not able to carry enough fuel. So now we've got to Norvis. We're gonna get those laser turrets up, so I can finish off the little area down here, because it occurred to me that these bits are sticking out a bit too far. I'd like them to be a little bit more defended. So because these aren't the laser support is not quite sticking out far enough to get a rock that's coming straight down here, especially if one's coming in a slight angle. It could smack into the engines at the back, and we don't want that to happen. Yeah, exactly. Lesser of two evils. Do we want to be efficient and slow, or do we want to have an actually quite decently speedy ship that, granted, chugs through quite a lot more fuel? So let's see when it gets. So we set off with about 10,000. Well, okay, 8,000 in the tanks. That's dropping. Actually, that's dropping really, really quickly. So how much more fuel are we using? So I know the efficiency is halved. Okay, so the efficiency is halved. So we're going to use presumably, well, I was going to say we're going to use twice as much fuel to get there, but that's not true, because the faster you go, the less speed you get per thrust, should we say. Hello, regular, welcome. Yeah, the faster you go, the less speed you're going to get per unit of thrust you put out. So using the rocket jet, the engines at full power like this is going to mean that we're going to rip through a lot more fuel for covering the same distance. And I don't know what the numbers for that are going to be. We're going to use we're going to use where's my fuel usage? Here's fuel usage, 25% instead of 2%. So we're using 12 times as much fuel per minute. But we're also here we go. So we're using 12 times as much fuel per minute, but we're going about 2.5 times as fast. So wow, that is massively inefficient. On distance covered, that's horrifically inefficient. I hadn't thought of it that way. Let's turn this back. Let's flip this back over to that mode while we talk about this. So yeah, all my efficiency talk earlier was about how efficient the ship is being in turning fuel into thrust. And so all those numbers were accurate. It is half as efficient when the engines are full. However, there is another number that's possibly more important, which is turning fuel into kilometers covered, and that does seem to be kind of close to a factor of 10, because we're doing 2.5 speed. Well, no, not a factor of 5-ish. We're doing 2.5 speed times the speed, but using 12 times as much fuel. So at that point, switching over to running the engines more efficiently starts to make a bit more sense, because yes, okay, we're going a lot slower now, but we're going to be able to cover a lot more distance. For maximum speed, you want to be on... Yes, for maximum speed, yeah, the more thrust you have, the faster you'll go. Definitely, absolutely, 100% true. That's definitely the case. But the the thing I'd missed when I was talking about the numbers earlier is that double the thrust doesn't mean double the speed, because weird physics, basically. There's all that wind resistance in space apparently that you have to fight your way through, and so we need to have. Yeah, you need in order to do double or 2.5 times the speed, you need to have 12 times the thrust, and that is getting close to so that is coming towards the 20 times thing. And I could believe, given that, yes, I could just about believe that you're starting to hit 20 times the effective efficiency with the vanilla thrusters. So that actually does make a lot more sense. So no, actually it's the opposite way round, if anything, regular. The ethanol ships have a niche for delivering stuff. They have a niche for delivering stuff when there's no rocks in areas where there's no rocks in space, but that isn't really a thing. They have a niche for being pleasing because they bring up, because you load fuel into them and then they fly with their own fuel they're carrying. And I like that because it's more realistic. That's how actual rockets work. But it's not so. It doesn't really make sense in Factorio, unfortunately. So other than the fact that they're pleasing because you can throw a ship together quite quickly like this one with lasers for defending it and ethanol thrusters, and you don't need to put any of the collectors or any of the processing machinery on it. I like that about them, but from a more practical and sensible point of view, I don't really see a use case for the ethanol thrusters, which is a shame because I like them. Because other thrusters are basically better in, and not so much specifically because, and not because of the efficiency curves or anything like that, just because they don't really give an advantage apart from feeling nice, and I suppose stripping all the bits and pieces off the ship. So yeah, they're you don't. Yes, exactly. You don't have to. You don't have to play with additional processing on them. So it's quite nice for that point of view. So I do like it for that. So yeah, they're not ideal for shipping stuff that's going to spoil, but they're quite nice for shipping stuff in general from a planet that produces ethanol. The only problem is that the stuff that the ethanol planet produces also spoils. So yeah, true. Yes, a nuclear ship is the alternative. No, a nuclear ship does not bring its own fuel. A nuclear ship brings its own ammunition, perhaps. Okay. If you had nuclear thrusters of some sort, then yes, it would bring its own fuel. But this is a nuclear ship. It's got a couple of reactors here. They're providing the electricity, which is why it can get away with being just lasers and not having any bullet turrets around it. But it still needs to have asteroid collectors in order to pick up the bits and pieces to ship down here to make into the oxidizer and the fuel to run the engines on the back. So we can make much smaller ships this way, which Mark has done here. This is as you can see, this is a significantly smaller ship than something like the Richard Dean Anderson. This was one of our first interplanetary ships, and you can see here you've got to grow the wood to produce the bullets. You've got to make the iron to produce the slightly better bullets, and then you've got to feed them round up here to keep the gun turrets rattling away like that and like that, to keep it protected. So this is basically the minimum with the because we've got lignumis that requires wood for ammunition. This is basically the minimum size of ship you can get away with if you want to have bullet turrets on the front of the ship. Then, if you decide you actually just want to use lasers, you can get away with a ship about this sort of size, which actually honestly is about the same sort of size. But this has enormous amounts of power available because it's using the nuclear power. Oh, and you also need ice in order to get the water for the nuclear power. Even with the condenser turbines, you still get through some water. So you still have this. A ship needs to be this big. Then we can move on to something this size. This doesn't need anything. This only needs supplies of ethanol in order to keep the thrusters going. It doesn't need nuclear fuel for power. It doesn't need ammunition. It doesn't need wood and iron for ammunition. So it's kind of simpler and potentially smaller. The quantity of solar panels has meant it's almost as big, but it's a nice idea. Hello, Tommy. Hard to say. Probably not all that long, to be honest, because I am really hot and sweaty because the temperature is ridiculous in here, and yeah, I'm suffering. Biter-powered ship. Okay, well we'll see about that later on, I guess. Quagoff, maybe. It's a little bit terrifying.
Saphira, you disabled the LTN dispatcher.
Sorry, can you do it? Balls, how do I...
No, I...
Yep, there we go. Sorry.
I disabled the shortcut, so I can.
Yeah, I mean, that's clever. I should have done that ages ago, but yeah.
Right, so we flicked over to efficient mode again now because I've turned the combinator down here back on again. This is going to make a really good video, actually, talking about all of the nuances of this, and if I script it in advance, then I might actually be coherent. Fingers crossed. All right, and so down here we have, yes, we have the engines are now, well, they're not running efficiently yet, but they will start to run efficiently once they burn through, once we've emptied this pipe into them, which is going to be the first stage, and then once they've burnt through all the spare fuel in them. So eventually we'll get a slightly more efficient run. This is going to be both fast and efficient because we're going to be using the fuel that's already been stockpiled in the engines, which is blatantly cheating. But never mind. Although, another thought. I could tell this one to not turn off if there are barrels of fuel in here. No, because then when we're in orbit over Pelagos and we're shipping up the barrels of fuel, we'd be able to then fill all of these engines up. So we'd have a max speed run after we left, and then we'd start running efficiently as the fuel started to run down. I think that's getting too complicated though, so I'm not going to do that. But it's an interesting thought and a way you could sort of think through the make sort of intermediate levels of efficiency, I suppose. Yes, this does need solar, so it's not suitable for all planets. It also needs to fly to a planet that can give it ethanol, so it's still not suitable for all planets, because so far the only place we're making ethanol is Pelagos. So that's really the only place we can use this ship. But absolutely, you're quite right. It wouldn't do very well flying past the Stargate. It wouldn't do very well flying out to Aquilo, Secretus, Frazetta, all the further out planets. But as a little ship that hops from Pelagos to Norvis, it's certainly viable, and it's nearly there. And in fact, it's nearly there, and we've still got half the fuel left in the thrusters. You know what? I've had an idea that I really quite like. So we've still got. Yeah, I'm going to put in an additional pump here. I'm going to hook that across there and link it up there. And are we reading contents? Yes, we're reading contents. So I'm going to say here, if quantity of thingamawatsit barrels, which are in here, ethanol barrels, that's not a thing, that's a recipe. I want the actual barrel. Oh, there we go. I'm being blind. Ethanol titanium barrels. If that is greater than 400, 398, then enable. And so, what that means is when this ship is sitting, let's run through the logic here, and you can tell me if I've done something dumb because this feels complicated. So, what we've got here is if the ship has a large quantity of barrels of ethanol on it, then we'll always run the thrusters at full power because we've got plenty of fuel. And if it's sitting over if it's sitting over Pelagos and therefore also has plenty of fuel, then we'll fill the thrusters up to maximum capacity, which means when it leaves, it'll go quickly and get almost all the way to Norvis before it starts to run out, before the fuel in the thrusters runs out. In fact, maybe I could run this directly down to here and bypass this one as well. So my theory is, while it's sitting at Pelagos, where there's an unlimited supply of ethanol, it's just being brought up by rocket, it can fill up the engines to full capacity, so that the ship will fly at full speed when it leaves. This means that it'll get back to Norvis sooner, which is good for the decomposition packs. However, when it's done quite a lot of flying already, and it started to use up quite a lot of the ethanol barrels that are in here, because this ship also needs to take some over to Norvis, so we don't want to use all of them up, which is why I've set it to 399 or 398 rather than just use all of them. When it's used up all the barrels in here that I'm allowing it to use, then it'll switch over to running in the efficient way, where this pump will only kick in when the ship is moving. That's not right. That's not quite right, because it should be... This needs to run... Maybe I just have this one connected directly to the pipes down here, and have this one run whenever it's at Pelagos. That could work. Let me riddle this. I think I'm going to have to wait for it to get back to Norvis to riddle this together, because I'm going to want to use some underground... Actually, no, wait. Let's remove some of these. And then let's take that out. And run that down there. And... Up here, I want to remove from 2. I want to know where it is. So it's if speed is 0 and right. So let's take one of these pipes out for now, so we don't do too much. Right. So I want to put in a decider combinator up here. If speed, so it's v for velocity. If velocity is 0 and I don't know which way round it's going to be, so I'll have to wait till we get to Pelagos. But I want to read moving from, because I don't know whether. Yeah, I assume that's going to be Pelagos. So if we're not moving and we are at Pelagos, Pelagos, that one, Pelagos equals 1, then output a green square. If green square equals 1, then pump. So this will dump fuel through whenever we're on Pelagos, and we'll fill these engines up when we're at Pelagos, which means when it leaves Pelagos, it'll fly at full speed. Let's just make sure that's worked. Now we've arrived. No. So does that count as having got as the one we're moving to at this point? What is Pelagos? No, there's no Pelagos signal. So you can only find out where you're going to, not where you are. I think. Does that feel right? It seems to be the case, and it's not what I wanted to see. Also, speed hasn't got to 0 yet, which is a little bit silly. Oh, yes, it has. So I can't tell where the ship is currently. I can only tell. Okay, we're going to have to go back to the barrel counting thing then. So, wait, let's put that back. And barrel. I suppose we could do that, and we can then do and barrels equals is greater than 398. So if there's still loads and loads of barrels in it when it's at Norvis, it can fill up. Fine, I don't care. But we should get. What are we doing? Okay, we're en route now, and we didn't fill them up very much. A memory circuit is a possibility, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, power is flickering, which is very weird. Because we've got quite a lot of solar panels. Maybe we just haven't got enough. All right, let's have a look at the power graph.
Tristan?
We're getting little dips in there.
Did you read my last comment to you?
Nope.
Yeah, it's when all the lasers are firing. We've not quite got enough accumulators for it. Let's remove a couple of these. I think I've got too many of them. I've not got enough accumulators to smooth out the power draw of the lasers. So I'll put in a few more like that. I'll probably be fine. We've still got loads and loads of space on here. And there's no harm in putting in a couple more solar panels on either side. Right. No, Quagor. When the ship is flying normally, it will still be using this system. In normal flight, we're still using this system to control the amount of fuel and keep these running in the efficient zone. However, when the ship is parked in orbit over Pelagos, and therefore the amount of ethanol available is basically unlimited, at that point we might as well decided to just fill all of these engines up to the brim, so when the ship leaves, it's going to go at full speed. Once it's used up that fuel, and fuel is no longer functionally, essentially unlimited, it's then going to switch back over to efficient mode and start using these ones. And it could be interesting to put in an additional tank here and have it monitor the amount that's in that tank and not turn this pump on at all until that tank is emptied, to make so we use up the fuel in these pipes first before we start topping it up slowly. But the slow top up is slow enough that I think it's probably all right, and I'm prepared to live with it. No, we talked a bit about transferring signals across between different surfaces for the decaying science packs. We've not We've not touched that at all. Maybe we should. It'd be an interesting one to look into, and I think it'd be a fun challenge. And I can sort of picture roughly how it would work. So I think it's definitely something we could put together, but it's not something we've looked at yet. So the difference is if I could put in more tanks, or more easily, I could just request more barrels of ethanol to be brought up here. So and fill it up with more barrels of ethanol. The downside is that when it's flying at full in inefficient mode, it's using something like 12 times. Was it 12 times as much fuel, but only going twice, 2 and a bit times as fast, and so you'd have to carry a lot of fuel with you for that to work. And it probably could be done. We could request a huge number of barrels up, but I feel it's possibly going to be a little bit excessive. We've already got a rather silly number of titanium barrels being brought up, and I suspect we're going to rather swamp Norvis with them, and we might need to start dropping them onto Pelagos for refilling. Also, doing it like this was sort of interesting and a bit fun, so that's sort of my idea. Yeah. As an LTN setting for cross-surface delivery, okay, that maybe my thinking for my way of my idea for doing cross network signaling was to have let's take this ship as an example. It could turn up at Norvis and then always unload all of the decomposition science packs. So Norvis is requesting 1 million of them, or some arbitrarily large number. So all of them are immediately unloaded. Then we have a thing on Norvis that triggers it when there's less than a number. Maybe there's less than 500 of them left in the storage system there. It then requests something else. Maybe something that can be easily made. Maybe it requests a coconut husk or something like that. And then we drop coconut husks out of the ship, and this ship goes, aha, I've run out of coconut husks, therefore I need to go back to Pelagos and stock up on, and when it goes back to Pelagos, it'll stock up again on the science packs and also on another coconut husk, which will then bring back over to Norvis. It'll drop down all the science packs immediately because because Norvis is always asking for 1 million of them, but Norvis will have stopped asking for that coconut husk. So that'll require some clever circuit shenaniganery in there, I guess. So when it gets the coconut husk, it's has to stop asking for it for a time. That's going to be the trickiest part of it, I think. And so then it will drop them all down again, and then when Norvis is ready and says, oh, okay, I could do with some more decomposition science packs, it requests the coconut husk, and that signals the ship to leave. So I think that would be a good way of doing it. It would mean at the other end, we'd possibly then have to say... We'd over here, we'd want to say, don't start making the science packs until the rocket requests them. I'm not sure or until the spaceship requests them. I'm not sure exactly how we'd do that, because the problem is all of these science packs are going to be gradually going off. Although I can't see the things underneath them at the moment, which is. Oh, I had alt mode off. My bad. Yeah, so we'd have to have a request coming down that would trigger this to then start producing the science packs. I'm not sure quite how we do that. Or maybe we just accept that we're going to be junking quite a lot of them from here, and fine, we don't care. It's a waste of titanium and iron, though, and those are not unlimited resources on this planet. So... yeah, it would be quite nice to be able to turn these on when we need the science packs. Dump them through very, very quick. Build them and dump them through quickly, and then launch the rocket and then stop again. Not quite sure how we'd do that, though. That's going to be another challenge we'd have to think through. That might be for another time. It's not actually all that late, but I am really, really hot and getting tired, and I haven't been sleeping well over the weekend because it's been so hot as aforementioned. So how do you guys feel about starting to wrap up? And because I feel like I'm at quite a good point to wrap up because I finished. I think I've got that spaceship to a state where it's doing things fairly sensibly, and I need to think about it before I do anything else too weird with it.
I think we're pretty set on Pelagos.
Yes. Do we want to do the jumping on the ship and heading off to the next planet thing?
I think so. We have planet hopper now here on Pelagos by the landing pad.
Okay. I'll head up that way.
So we can head over to Novice or just head up to the Lime, because I'm assuming it's still in orbit here around.
Probably.
Pelagos.
We can't use the planet hopper to get to the lime, but we could all go down to the rocket silos and just steal all the rockets.
Yeah, I guess. It's probably better
Drive
to. Maybe we can just
The
delay
lime
everything
should
back-
be over Novus, so it's better to up there.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Okay.
it's better to go to novice because maybe we wanna change up our loadouts with the exoskeletons and whatever.
True. I have a lot of trash. There we go. Can't see my mouse, there's so many bots. Right, go to novice. Lunch. Oh, I can take... Oh, no. Whoosh. That's a very, very slow takeoff. I'm not that fat.
No comment. It's the heat. That's what it is.
Oh, okay, yeah. So hot the rocket isn't working very effectively.
Yeah. Yep. That's exactly how it works. Don't question it. Yeah. So yeah, that dry ice production thing is it's like 7.6, 7.5 green belts of dry ice being produced. Hooray!
Cool.
Where's that? So, oh,
I
you
just
pinged it. Wow. That is a large quantity of dry ice. I didn't realise we were getting through quite that much of it.
Mark said he wanted me to overbuild.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, the old system wasn't keeping up anymore because I, for some reason, keep adding the new science city blocks.
For contrast, that's the old system.
Yep, I can confirm that it's smaller.
Spot there's a subtle difference in size.
Yeah. You do realise that once we switch over to using the Foliax labs, we're only going to need one science block to replace. Well, one science block would replace 5 of the
I was
current
saying that
ones.
as well, but that's not the case. From what Mark was saying.
Really? Riddle me
Nope.
why? Because I was under the impression they were 5 times. Basically, they were 5 times faster.
Belt throughput.
Oh.
The issue is we have only basically one green belt. We could tweak it to 2 green belts of throughput for all these signs, and
So see the new science area that is not complete yet.
No.
I
It looks
think
pretty
that-
good.
There we go.
I like it.
Oh, blimey. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah, that is indeed different. It feels.
I had buffer chests in as well, and
If
Mark
it,
basically said, do you
it-
need them or something? And
it looks like a circuit board with big the sort of circuit board with a big chip on it that's got lots and lots of tracks
Yep.
going into it.
yeah, maybe that's why I like them.
Yeah, maybe.
you have space for 6 more signs, if I count correctly.
40 total.
Oh yeah, 6 more than you have chests for.
Blimey.
Like it.
Yeah, so somebody was saying there was something with the telescopes with Maluna, but it turned out to not be quite as useful as I was hoping, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame. Right, let's get onto the lime. Travel to space platform lime. Has anyone else been doing other things while I've been talking that I haven't seen? Because I didn't even realise that Mike was doing the dry ice build.
I have expanded iron on Pelagos.
Yeah, I'd have got
Oh,
the
yeah, I
ice
see.
one faster, but I went down a rabbit hole of carbon dioxide production.
And then we have a
then-
lot more rockets on Pelagos as well.
Yeah, I noticed there were a
Yeah.
few more of those. Yes.
In about the last 5 minutes, I discovered that we have had a massive glass bottle shortage on Foliax. Because the recipe changed.
Hooray!
Don't.
Was no longer made in foundries.
What's going on here? Steam condensation.
Mike, quick
What is?
feedback.
Oh, it's the hot
maybe
water.
side channel.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Before you leave, I was gonna say.
Right. Oh, I see. So Mike's bringing in petroleum gas here, which is then being burned to make carbon dioxide, which we're then chilling into dry ice over here. But making dry ice produces warm water. So you'll notice that this water that we're feeding in is at 15 degrees, and the water that's coming out is at an indeterminate number of degrees. It's not telling me how many degrees because it's empty. It comes out at wastewater comes out at what? Why is it not actually telling me? There's no. I mean, I can't tell because there's none in the pipe at the moment, which is unhelpful. But it doesn't tell me here what temperature the water comes out at. Anyway, the water comes out at a higher temperature, which is problematic. So it's being passed. 90 degrees. Okay, thank you. And which is unfortunate because you need. Oh, it tells us here. There we go. It needs water at less than or equal to 21 degrees C to make the to chill the dry ice down. So when it comes out at 90 degrees C, that's where the cold comes from to chill the dry ice. Duh. And so we need to do something with that. So Mike is then turning it into steam by burning lots and lots of solid fuel. And then he's condensing the steam back down into water at 15 degrees to pass back round into the system again, which is feels weird. I feel like we're spending a lot of energy to just dispose of hot water, and we should be able to do something else with it, like run it through a one of those big things you get in nuclear power stations, cooling towers. Should just be able to run it through a cooling tower or something to chill it down again, or just throw it back into a different lake and gradually warm a different lake up. Or I don't know. It seems silly, but it's what we got to do. So that's bringing the water temperature back down again to 21 degrees or to 15 degrees, and then it can be put back into the system over here, and more dry ice can be made. So lovely. Yes, you're quite right, Quagor. Looking at the recipe was the correct way to go. Yes, unboiling is a different mod pack. You're quite right. You're sort of right, Zardoz. Only most of the time you don't need to worry too much about communication between the planets because this is Factorio. If a production system just runs until the outputs are full, and then other things can come along and take stuff away, you don't really have the concept of just-in-time production. I'm trying to find a good example of something that isn't trying to do something weird with qualities. Right, so over here we just make crushed iron until it's full, and then this thing comes to take the crushed iron away and can just sit. Or interplanetarily, you make your orange sciences until the belts are full, and then a ship turns up and fills up with orange science and takes it away and then floats over Norvis and then drops down orange science whenever Norvis asks for it, and then when Norvis has got enough, when the ship runs out, it goes back to go and get some more. So you just fill up all of the buffers at every stage. However, with anything that spoils, you don't really want to do that quite so much because it'll all just end up spoiling, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah. Oh yes, I've heard of the mod that causes things to fall off the end of belts. I've never played with it, I'm happy to say, but I have heard of it. But then I guess you have to you do something with the end of the belt. So what do the belts do? Do they end up looping round like do they end up just looping round and round like these ones do, or do you have to do something else with it? This is a bad example. They don't loop round and round. Like anywhere where there's spoilables, we have the belts just looping round and round, and whatever. But then at that point you just have something else that's causing things to stop flowing, whether that's the splitters or the inserters or something. There's always going to be something that's going to stop things flowing round your factory. Or
just put a belt on the end, pointing the opposite way.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like there's going to be some dirty workarounds there, unless it's actually been done to the point where everything just spills off a belt if it can't move, and you actually have to control the amount of input and output. I don't know. It seems a bit weird. There's another recipe for dry ice. There might be. I don't know.
Everything on the belt has to flow, and so if it's something at the end of the belt, then the entire belt just stops.
Okay, there is an alternative recipe. It's carbon dioxide and fluoroketone will make dry ice and warm fluoroketone. That's apparently a corundum recipe, but I thought fluoroketone was a we shouldn't have fluoroketone yet.
Dry ice is corundum.
Oh, dry ice is corundum. So we've got this recipe, but we haven't got fluoroketone yet, unless we
It's not unlocked because foliax.
Yes, I was going to say it's not
unlocked.
It's sort. Yes, that I was about to say. Yes, it's sort of been snuck in because of foliax, and it's doing things in weird orders. But in theory, we shouldn't have fluoroketone yet. That's an Aquilo-based recipe. I quite like the idea of only being able to voice chat if you're on the same planet, and being able to deliver written instructions somehow or another. That's yeah, that'd be quite fun. I suspect it wouldn't work very well for this sort of playthrough because us shouting abuse at each other is pretty much the whole point of it. And if we had to send it by telegram, it wouldn't be quite as entertaining. Yeah, I guess with the systems as they are now, with the circuit conditions as they are now, you just set up a loop and you tell the inserter to only drop if there's going to be space on the bit of belt that was right in front of it. So it wouldn't be, but then every resource would have to be on a loop just to make sure it could keep flowing all the time. So it'd be yeah, it'd be interesting. No, so my hope over here would, with the spoiling science packs, wherever it is, down here somewhere, would be that if we did do a sort of a just-in-time type system, we would have these only be made when the ship arrived asking for some more, and we'd ship them up. I haven't worked out how we do that yet, but that would be the theory. So they wouldn't be spoiling down here. However, on the other hand, anything that spoils once it's got to Norvis is significantly more expensive because you spent all the logistics costs to get it over there. Now, okay, spaceships are basically free, but the rockets aren't quite as free. But then, yeah, in the case of this particular planet, I wouldn't really. Yeah, the idea would be to try and save on the amount of iron and titanium that you're getting through because those are finite resources on this planet. The Y-wing seems to be... Okay, it's got its 1,000. Maybe we need to have a bit of a delay in here, because it's... Oh no, it's only requesting 1,000 at a time. This is supposed to be... Yeah, didn't put that back up to 6,000 when I should have
Mike and Mark, you guys want to head up to the line?
They're in the other channel.
Great.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, Quago. Yes, you're quite right. Yes, read the requests on the hub. If it's requesting science pack, the ship must have got there. Good point. Yeah, so we could do just-in-time production of the decomposition science. So I think that's a thing we should put on the to-do list, guys. We should try and have decomposition packs, particularly being made just in time, shipped out to the rocket when they're needed. Sorry, made when a ship arrives asking for them, sent up to the ship in the rocket, and then the ship should be dispatched back when Norvis has run out of the is starting to run out of the decomposition packs, so we don't have the sort of the endless burning of them. And we can do the same with Gleba as well. It's a fair point. Gleba is a bit easier because it has the because we have the ice chests for Gleba, so we can keep those packs a bit more stable.
I like the way that graphically I was taking off next to Mark. I could see the two rockets going up next to each other. Then we got to the clouds and Mark's rocket just faded off as he went in a different direction.
Maybe he's not on the same ship as you.
Yeah, but this is the thing: is we're both going to end up on the same ship. So
yeah,
one of us has got navigational errors.
There's just multiple routes up there.
Yeah. Yes, he's magically reappeared next to me.
Zardos wants voice chat volume to be tied to player distance, so if you move away from each other, you have to start shouting.
Mike,
Hi. Yes.
check your requested stations, please. They are both empty.
Eh?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just used the template.
Yeah, I know. No, but at least for the tank, you need a bigger buffer, so more tanks, basically.
Also, that inserter hasn't placed.
Yeah, I just did that.
Oh, thanks.
Right, are we all on the ship?
Yes.
Should be, yeah.
Shall we depart? We can't depart. We haven't researched. Or can we depart? Have we researched? It's Rabaska we're going to next, I believe. It's not. No, we haven't researched. Okay, there we go. The research is happening really quite quickly at 3,500 per science per minute, and it's going now. We're back onto copper plate productivity, which is going to.
You need to read the information about it.
You're right. I should. Let's go in and have a look for Rabaska and learn all about it. It's not here. Is it here? Is it double B? Oh, here we go. Rabaska. A mostly barren moon with a rocky surface and, strangely, a large fish population. How does that work? Anyway, strange energy signatures radiate from deep below, interfering with conventional energy generation methods. Alien vaults may hold the resources required to sustain a base here, and it's orbiting around Gleba. It has 10 BQs of ambient radiation, 12-minute day-night cycle, no atmosphere, very light gravity. I don't even know if I don't know if 30 megawatts is a strong or a weak energy field because I don't know what to compare it to. No ion storm, no local electricity grid, no magnetic field, no pollutant, some pressure. Hang on. Okay.
It has a energy field. Most planets, Norvis doesn't.
Okay, cool. Thank you. No solar power in atmosphere. Some temperature. Crystallization, who cares? Dust concentration 5%. Doesn't sound too much. A little bit of wind. Good amount of oxygen. Normal amounts of carbon dioxide. No evolution. Robot energy usage is × 5. So it's a good thing I'm leading this one because we won't be using too many robots. And solar power in space is fairly normal though, at 200%. And exclusive entities.
Shall I start the line?
Yes, please do. Exclusive entities we have a warp inventory uplink, so we'll find out about that when we get there.
Should add everybody to drop to the planet when we arrive.
Yep.
It would be fun if the diesel stuff from Pelagos would be useful here on Arabasca. That would be actually quite.
Yeah, I suppose we'd have to find. We would need a source of fuel, but yeah, we could.
We have fish.
I feel like we probably could turn fish into fuel. I'm just trying to work out how.
I don't know.
I feel like there is probably a way with some of the fish nonsense that's been going on in this mod. So. Oh, and
question. I sent the line on a grand tour between planets. Did anyone interrupt that, or did it complete by itself?
I have not interrupted anything.
Okay, cool.
Sounds good.
We should be loaded up.
Okay, thank you, regular. Becquerel is one decay per second. I still don't know if it was a lot or a little though.
I am slightly concerned. I've been requesting solid fuel, and yet I can't see that anywhere on the. We are here.
Oh.
I can't see that being produced anywhere.
Lovely.
For export on Norvis.
And yes,
it seems that only 4 of us.
I was lower down in the shaft.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mike, just request rocket fuel.
Yeah, right. I shall land and then request.
Yep.
Oh, this is
It's
nice.
very
Just in purple.
Purple but barren.
My planet.
Then maybe you should be leading it then. Boink.
Is this your planet, Laurence?
I believe so. Oh, there are turbo fish in the purple water.
Orange grass.
I will not. I will not mine anything, and I will not pick anything up.
Oops,
I'm not touching anything. Yeah.
Leg day everyday research. Is that because we're running around too much? Let's find that. I can hear an alarm going off. Oh, it's because I picked up a fish. Sorry, my bad. Effect unknown. So we'll find out later. We're going to get protein powder, but we'll find out about that later. So welcome everyone to the moon of Rabaska. We are in orbit over Gleba, and it is indeed very purple with patches of orange.
Ooh.
And there's little bits of carotenoid.
I found the
and
local population.
Ooh. But it said there weren't any. Oh no, it said there wasn't any pollution. So okay.
And there is a new UI on top.
Yes, I did notice that. Current alertness level. Okay, well let's pull back to the landing area and not go around and fiddle with things too much.
Is this the bit where we
Mark immediately goes and lures some.
Yes. Mark.
I didn't.
Well, that's yes.
So it's a fair.
Well, I don't know. It could have been any. I'm honestly not sure who it was. Maybe they're just on patrol. They don't seem to be coming for us.
Someone dropped down into that area.
We have a
I'm watching it back on the stream right now.
Vent up here. Hareen vent.
So we'll find out a lot more about this. We'll find out a lot more about this next week. So please come along and join us then. We'll be streaming from 7:30 p.m. UK time as usual on next Monday. I will also be back on Wednesday where I shall be playing some more Factorio fun mode. I suspect I'm probably not going to finish it because I'm sure there's quite a few more types of green that are going to be available in there because that seems to be what happens. And there are some quite advanced types of fish that I haven't made yet. But I'll be carrying on with fun mode and seeing if I can make some more good progress on that. And there'll be videos coming out every Thursday and Friday as usual. So, yes, thank you very much, everyone who's been watching. Yes, Quagor, indeed. Tristan was hiding somewhere down in the shaft, as is apparently his way. It is indeed very, very purple, yes, and there's a lot of custom stuff here. So we're going to be. It's going to be. I think it looks like it's going to be an interesting one, and we're going to have a lot of fun playing around with it. So thank you very much, everyone who's been watching. Once again, I hope you've enjoyed it. If you're watching on Twitch, please stick around because we'll go and find somebody to raid. And whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, I hope you'll come back on Wednesday, and I'll see you then. Good night, everyone, and thanks for watching.
Night
Bye,
chat.
chat.
Right.
Bye bye.
Right, raid. Search. Factorio. Is anyone playing Factorio in English? Yes, Deep Core Operations mod pack. Never heard of that, but let's go and find out what it's about. Right, so the raid will be starting in 10 seconds as usual. So it takes a moment to say thank you very much everyone who's been watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream, and I hope to see you back on Wednesday when, yes, there will be more fun mode and more insanity. I'll see you then.